Honourable members, the prayer. Lord, the God of righteousness and truth, grant to our Queen and to her government, to members of the Legislative Assembly and to all in positions of responsibility, the guidance of your Spirit. May they never lead the province wrongly through love of power, desire to please, or unworthy ideas, but laying aside all private interest and prejudice, keep in mind their responsibility to seek to improve the condition of all. Please be seated. Thanks.
Introduction of visitors, introduction of guests, ministerial statements, members' statements.
The Honourable Member for Lethbridge West.
Mr. Speaker, we all know the Premier spent Christmas in damage control when his minister, MLAs, and Chief of Staff ignored public health direction to stay home and flew off to sunny climes in Hawaii, Mexico, and Arizona, and trotting around London. But I do want the Premier to know that his flailing government gave my constituents in Lethbridge a lump of coal. Well, many lumps of coal. Actually, the UCP was dead set on strip mining our mountains and taking billions of litres of water and handing it to an Australian coal baron. In Southern Alberta, water equals jobs. It equals jobs now and in the future. Strip mining mountains for coal does not. We barely make a dime on these mines, and the damage caused will ruin some of our most beautiful areas forever. Now, thankfully, Lethbridge took notice of this secret coal plot and put a stop to it. They're now told of consultations as to come, although the Minister of Energy sure ducked and weaved when asked and over again this morning whether those discussions would specifically involve people in Southern Alberta. I find that strange. Mr. Speaker, there are a few areas where the anger at the coal plot is greater than in Lethbridge. But rather than listen to Lethbridge, the UCP appears to be ignoring them. There is no plan for jobs in Lethbridge in this budget. There's no plan to diversify, support our post-secondary institutions, support agriculture, which, if treated properly, can be a massive economic driver for the province. It has been 2 years. The people of Lethbridge have not gained a thing, not jobs, investments, not any diversification plan. All we have for 2 years is a plan to put jobs at risk, particularly in agriculture and anything that relies on water. That is what the UCP is going to hear from the people of Lethbridge and all over Southern Alberta during this piece of performance art they're calling a coal consultation, if they have the courage to listen.
The Honourable Member for Red Deer South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand not in anger, but to raise a voice of warning and of hope. Canada is spending itself into oblivion, adopting policies of economic self-destruction, wounding the capacity of its rainmaker partner, Alberta businesses and families, to provide for themselves and others. A socialist government, bankrupt of a principled vision of hope, threatens the freedom and prosperity of Alberta businesses and families. But, Mr. Speaker, there is hope. We can trust in the truth that we are not defined by our circumstances, that we are free to act and improve them. When the world is in commotion, there is safety in true principles to carry us through to better days. One such principle is the virtue of preparation. Personal storehouses of physical preparedness improve self-reliance. Personal storehouses of spiritual preparation available to all without cost increase resilience. Prudent preparation is an antidote to fear. We need not be discouraged if we are not perfectly prepared. None of us are. But through experience, we learn the merciful truth that great success is often found in the effort and not in a perfect outcome. Now is the time to act as we seek opportunities to improve our preparedness. Even in small and simple ways, those efforts can be magnified into outcomes that are great and marvelous. I know this is true. More preparedness and self-reliance bring more peace of conscience and more capacity to encourage and serve those around us in love. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Leduc Beaumont.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There is a reason to be optimistic in Alberta because Alberta's government has made a commitment on protecting lives and livelihoods. In my riding specifically, we are thrilled by the announcement of the 65th Avenue interchange, a much-needed project in my constituency that will help facilitate future growth in the region. The budget reaffirmed the province's commitment to expand the Leduc Agri-Value Incubator, which housed companies like Saiwan Foods. Value-added agri-food exports play a key role in economic diversification. In this past, we saw an increase in agri-food production of 5.6% over 2019. But this is not all that's happening. Through the struggles of the past year, it is exciting to see our entrepreneurial spirit is still alive and well in our communities. The government has been looking at ways to support businesses and hardworking families in Alberta, for example, with the Working Parents Benefit, and the development of the Alberta Economic Recovery Plan. Other supports include the Small and Medium Enterprise Relaunch Grant. This grant was expanded earlier this year to include new businesses who were impacted by public health restrictions. Prior to February, this program has been able to support businesses to the tune of $311 million to over 44,000 recipients. We have seen the tech sector emerge in Calgary with the recent announcements of mCloud Inc. and Infosys are establishing national and regional headquarters. BMO is projecting a 6.5% increase in GDP growth here in Alberta over 2021. National Bank projects Alberta to have an increase of 4.6% in employment, and these projections are some of leading the country. These prospects should be encouraging to Albertans, especially as vaccinations are being rolled out more broadly. Through the difficulties of the previous year, for everything that has been endured, there is reason to be optimistic in Alberta. Thank you.
The honourable member for Edmonton to Court.
Truth is an antidote to fear. This is what the member for Red Deer South told this assembly yesterday in a shocking member statement that attempted once again to downplay the dangers of this pandemic and undermine public health orders. This is hardly new behavior for the member. Albertans remember vividly how he told Albertans to stay home and save lives over the holidays and then jumped on a plane to Phoenix for Christmas and then refused to apologize for a stunning hypocrisy. Albertans remember how during the second wave, as cases were climbing, this member called public health measures a socialist lockdown and suggested that those who supported action to stop the huge growth in cases wanted a police state lockdown. The member for Red Deer South complained how children are being subject to excessive risk aversion. He talked about fear being used to compel compliance with restrictions. He accused doctors of using approaches designed for unhealthy individuals on healthy individuals. He accused the media of hysteria and seeking to leverage a narrative of fear. And he had the audacity to claim he's speaking of hope and truth and love. It would be a joke if it wasn't so serious. Hardly a day has gone by where this member has not sought to divide and undermine our province's response to this deadly pandemic that has tragically taken nearly 2,000 lives. Albertans have seen and felt the impact of this pandemic for over a year. Over 100,000 Albertans contracted this deadly virus. Hundreds went to the ICU. Lives have been lost. Families have been devastated, and Albertans have struggled. Our heroes on the front lines of every sector work day in and day out, regardless of the risk, all while the member undermined them. I call upon the member of Red Deer South to stop undermining and join me in thanking the people of Alberta for the sacrifices they've made during this pandemic.
The honourable member for Vermilion Lloydminster Wainwright.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I would like to rise and express my gratitude for Bill 46, the Health Statutes Amendment Act. Bill 46 was passed during the fall session of 2020 and has proven to be of high value in my riding, particularly in Lloydminster. The stated goals of this bill were as follows: putting patients and public interest first, protecting the privacy of health information, modernizing Alberta's health system to better support patients, finding efficiencies, enhancing patient safety, and improving patient outcomes. This bill accomplished all of these objectives quite handily. The main issue fixed for Lloydminster by this bill was the effective transfer of patient information interprovincially. Lloydminster Hospital sits on the Saskatchewan side of the border and is under the jurisdiction of Saskatchewan. This has, on occasion, made accessing healthcare information of Alberta residents of Lloydminster difficult for Saskatchewan staff. At the same time, this has been a problem as regards the timely and accurate treatment of Alberta residents. Until now, no other health minister has been prepared to resolve this important issue. Bill 46 has allowed the sharing of net care information with Saskatchewan, effectively solving the communication hiatus. In addition to easing communication, this bill saves money. Tests carried out on the Alberta side of the border will not have to be performed again due to lack of information sharing. I urge Saskatchewan government to table similar legislation to enable a comprehensive sharing of patient medical information both ways. I very much appreciate Alberta government solving this problem for Lloydminster, and I know my constituents appreciate it too. Finally, I would like to extend my personal thank you to the Minister of Health for his hard work and continued support in addressing all health issues unique to Lloydminster. This bill is but one example of how this government is serving the health needs of rural Albertans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Perhaps the Honourable Member for Calgary-Buffalo would like to pay a fine to the charity of the Honourable Member for Lloydminster Wainwright's choice, perhaps with such a violation of that nature. The Honourable Member for Edmonton-McClung.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Green Line LRT in Calgary is a transformational project for the city that will connect communities from north to south and will be vital to Calgary's recovery. It will get Calgarians back to work by creating 20,000 jobs at a time when they are desperately needed. And once constructed, it will connect Calgarians to jobs in the downtown core, reduce congestion on roads, and eliminate 30,000 tons of greenhouse gas emissions. But let's not forget that the UCP gave themselves the ability to cancel funding for the Green Line without reason. The project has been studied multiple times, Mr. Speaker, been a key issue in the last municipal election, and continues to receive the support of 2/3 of Calgarians. The project even survived an unsuccessful attempt by wealthy UCP-connected donors to kill it. After receiving a final realignment based on one study, the UCP still refuses to give the green light to the Green Line. Instead, they've thrown up more roadblocks and commissioned more studies that only delay the project further and risk missing this year's construction season, pushing the project back by at least another year. Now the project sits in limbo as this government prays for a city council that will do the UCP's bidding and kill the project. In doing so, the UCP are selfishly foregoing 20,000 jobs and a project that will help build Calgary's recovery and revitalize the downtown as the city faces record high office vacancy rates. I find this absolutely stunning for a government that promised jobs and growth and economic recovery in the last election. They had no problem betting up to $7.5 billion on Donald Trump's re-election, but when it comes to the future of Calgary, this government has nothing for Calgarians. This is shameful. Premier, step up. Do what you promised to do and build the damn Green Line. It's time to build Calgary for the future.
Order. Order. The Honourable Member for Edmonton-McClung, even though the long-standing tradition of member statements is to go interrupted, I'm not sure the use of such language isn't unparliamentary. The Honourable Member for Calgary East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to speak on the significance of the Holi Festival. The Festival Holi is an amazing tradition that marks the end of the winter and the beginning of spring session, symbolizing the blossoming of love. It is a day to meet others, laugh, play, forget, and forgive. Holi around the world is known for the colors, teaching humankind to transcend, forget old resentment, and meet others with high spirit, offering great warmth. As legend says, Holika was a sister of the demon king Hiranyakashipu, who plotted against his son Prahlad because he was devoted to Lord Vishnu, who was a major Hindu deity that reincarnated as Krishna. When they lit the fire intended to kill Prahlad, Holika was burned instead and Prahlad was saved. Because of this significant event, many devotees across the world light ritual bonfires which symbolize the burning of the evil spirit Holika and symbolizes the triumph of good over evil that will always be remembered and celebrated during Holi. Holi is a beautiful event that fills the entire atmosphere with vibrant color in a cheerful environment where everyone is drenched in color, but more so in the spirit of Holi. Seeing the practices and tradition of others, Albertans help ensure strong social cohesion and fosters acceptance in our society. We are very fortunate that this province supports and promotes diversity and multiculturalism. allowing us the freedom to publicly celebrate great traditions. It is my wish that many of us across the world have a blessed and happy Holi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Livingston-McLeod.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. School councils play an important role in how our schools operate, and serving on one is a great way for parents to collaborate with administrators and other educational partners. School councils are also an integral method for members of the school community to consult and give advice to educational officials, which is important in tight rural communities like those found in Livingston-McLeod. Today, I would like to congratulate the Stavely School Council for receiving the School Council Award of Merit by the Alberta School Council Association. The School Council Award of Merit recognizes the practice of the Stavely School Council and the impact these practices have had on supporting student learning and school improvements. This is a great honor, and the Stavely School Council should be very proud of their hard work and their efforts. The parents on the Stavely School Council, along with parents on school councils across Livingston-McLeod, have done incredible work in providing hot lunches for students and on fundraising efforts that have helped provide students with additional supplies or be able to go on many field trips. The efforts by parents on school councils often get overlooked, but when they do, what they do is important in the lives of students and in their school experiences. And the hard work that these parents have done, especially during these tough times of the pandemic, is even more admirable. Mr. Speaker, I would like to congratulate the members of the Stavely School Council for this award, and also congratulate the previous members of this council whose hard work has set the foundation for this success. And lastly, I would like to give a big thanks to school council members across Livingston-McLeod and the province for their fantastic work. And of course, a massive thank you to our teachers, their aides, and other support staff who continue to provide world-class education for our students during this pandemic. Thank you.
The honourable member for Lacombe-Panoka.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are in trying times, and many churchgoers in Alberta feel pandemic fatigue. Some even feel attacked, pained, estranged. It has been a long, isolating year, and we all sorely miss in-person community. Scripture and spiritual tradition call us to connect to one another. The pandemic has forced us into temporary isolation. COVID restrictions have, for some, created a tense relationship between state and church. As a former pastor, I understand. As an MLA, I hear these frustrations. Jesus said, "I did not come to take you out of this world." We are all in this world together. Our lives of faith intersect with life in this world, its peoples, and its governments. In striving for civil society, not civil disobedience, both state and church need to work together as we navigate the pandemic. We are to respect imperfect governors, indeed, to embrace a spirit of submission, not rebellion. Servitude and humility are the way of Jesus, not demanding my rights. One core message of the gospel is to love others and consider them above ourselves. For most Christians and people of faith, this includes voluntarily doing their part to prevent the spread of COVID to another, even though it means personal loss and restraint. Another essential theme in the scriptures is that suffering often serves to purify and strengthen us. Yes, we are even called to embrace trials with thankfulness for the unseen ultimate good they will bring. Most faith communities fully respect COVID guidelines and abide by them willingly because, to quote a BC church leader, this is not about rights snatched away from us by malevolent authorities. It is about rights freely relinquished for a season. In these times, Mr. Speaker, that means putting the safety of one another over our own comfort. Churches are a beacon of hope in times of crisis, and it is my hope that they will continue to be that beacon and lead by example with grace and wisdom.
Reports by standing and special committees. Presenting petitions, notices of motions.
Honourable members, the time is now 1:50, and it is oral question period. And the Leader of Her Majesty's Loyal Opposition has the call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, it's warming up in Alberta, which must be concerning given that this Premier is on thin ice. He made a backroom deal with coal lobbyists to give our coal companies carte blanche over the eastern slopes, strip mining our mountaintops, without public notice, without public input. Now, First Nation leaders, municipal councils, environmentalists, ranchers, and yes, even the biggest stars in country music are standing up, Mr. Speaker. Albertans have been clear they do not want these mines. Will the Premier support our bill to ban future coal mining in the eastern slopes?
The Honourable the Premier.
Well, Mr. Speaker, this government's policy with respect to responsible resource development in the province, including on the eastern slopes, is, as far as I can tell, the same as the previous NDP's governments. Mr. Speaker, in fact, just off the eastern slopes, they permitted a brand new thermal coal mine. And you know what? Let me credit the NDP. It was the right thing to do, and 500 families in the Hinton area have jobs because of it. They can put food on the table because of it. The NDP, their energy minister, wrote a letter to the joint review of a proposed renewed coal mine in the eastern slopes down around the Crow's Nest Pass, supporting it. And she was right to do that too, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Premier is misinterpreting that letter, and he knows it. What we also know is that hundreds of thousands of Albertans have since voiced their support for a ban, and we all have an obligation to listen to them. And meanwhile, they worry that this government's so-called consultation is just a sham to allow more mining, for good reason, because according to the registry, coal lobbyists have had more meetings with cabinet ministers, and I'm sure the rest of government caucus is actually getting a bit jealous. So, Premier, today, in estimates, your energy minister dodged repeated request to meet with Southern Albertans. Will you directly tell her she must meet with them in person?
Just prior to the Premier's response, I might encourage him, if they're referring to certain documents, they might table them in the Assembly for the benefit of all members. The Honourable the Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I think there's one thing that all Albertans have in common. That's a shared desire to protect our magnificent natural environment, particularly sensitive ecosystems, including those along the eastern slopes. But there's one thing we clearly do not have in common in this House, and that is the support for working people, including union members in natural resource development. The NDP used to be the party of the working person, but now they've turned their backs on those good jobs, those union members who simply want the right to put food on their table through responsible resource development. Shame on the NDP.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Well, let's talk about the tens of thousands of working people who rely on clean water in the Old Man Basin. Ranching families are suing the Premier and his government because he's allowing these companies to drain the Old Man River Basin for free. Mr. Speaker, ranchers who've been through severe droughts, who've had their licenses pulled in tough times, are furious, and rightly so. Premier, our bill would protect the Old Man watershed for all Albertans. Why won't you do the same?
Honourable the Premier.
Mr. Speaker, there's been absolutely no change with respect to provincial water quality regulations or laws. We have amongst the strictest environmental protection regime in the world, Mr. Speaker. But here's the difference. Albertans understand that we can protect and preserve our natural environment, particularly sensitive ecosystems, while allowing for responsible resource development, just as we have done in certain areas along the eastern slopes for 130 years. You know, the start of socialism in Alberta was in the coal mining unions. Now they've turned their back on their own history, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
And this government is turning its back on hundreds of thousands of Albertans. Now, Mr. Speaker, say what you will about yesterday's recall bill. The litmus test for this Premier's authenticity on this particular election promise is whether or not it will apply to him or his caucus this term. Now, the bill limits recall before an election, which means no recall campaign can start after June 1st, 2022. Yet this Premier is giving no assurance that it will be proclaimed in any meaningful time before that. Does the Premier expect Albertans to believe he's serious about anything other than protecting himself from growing dissent among Albertans?
The Honourable the Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I just need to correct a record on the previous questions. I have here a letter from the then Minister of Energy under the NDP government, 2016, with respect to the Ram River Coal Corporation, indicating the previous government's support for that through the Environmental Impact Assessment Act. So when they were in government, they pretended to support jobs. Now the mask has fallen, and the NDP has become nothing but a radical anti-resource development party. We always knew that was the case, Mr. Speaker.
The Leader of the Opposition.
The letter referred to the Lougheed coal policy. These guys canceled it. Now, this premier is hardly the poster boy for grassroots empowerment. Heck, he's gone from signing a grassroots guarantee for his members to robotically repeating that he doesn't care about internal party politics. Except he must care because he's working very hard to avoid being recalled by his own party members through a leadership review, one that's now delayed until 2022. Once again, if the premier truly believes in the power of recall, why won't he ensure that his legislation is in place by June of this year?
The Honourable Premier.
Well, isn't this curious, Mr. Speaker? The NDP has always opposed recall. They've always opposed additional measures for democratic accountability. They opposed our law in the last session for referendums on constitutional matters in this province. Mr. Speaker, we have kept right down to the letter our election commitment to Albertans, which was to pass a recall law based on the recall law in British Columbia that was brought in by a previous NDP government. But over in BC, they're actually pro-democracy, moderate New Democrats, not these autocratic New Democrats here in Alberta.
The order, the Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I support the truth, and the truth is he's not going to have it applied to himself. The truth is this bill isn't even about MLAs in this legislature. Its intended target seems to be municipal councillors and school board trustees who are speaking out against this premier. I say that because he's made two sets of rules, one that makes it significantly easier to recall those folks than any member of the UCP caucus. Premier, do you really think Albertans support you protecting your MLAs through this double standard, which is delayed?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, in the last session, they called a referendum bill anti-democratic. They said allowing people to vote on big issues was anti-democratic. And now they're opposing a recall bill that allows MLAs, yes, and other elected people to be recalled in principle because they say it's against accountability. Mr. Speaker, they live in some kind of a weird upside-down Alice in Wonderland world. The truth of this bill is that it significantly increases democratic accountability, yes, for all elected officials, MLAs, municipal and school board officials.
The Leader of the Opposition for her third set of questions.
Yet, conveniently, their bill does not appear to apply to them in this term. Perhaps the Premier's clearly focused on bigger priorities, like his hunt for Bigfoot and Bigfoot's family. Yes, the Premier has finally solved the mystery of foreign-funded anti-oil activism, and the core conspirators are Netflix and a cartoon Sasquatch. Mr. Speaker, the headlines ran worldwide. At a time when we need international investment, your war room has created an international embarrassment again. Tell us exactly which investors in Zurich do you think were swayed by your brave stand against a child's cartoon character?
The Honourable the Premier.
Mr. Speaker, as a result of the Canadian Energy Centre challenging this anti-oil and gas propaganda designed for children, the most read newspaper in the United Kingdom today published the following headline: "Put their foot in it. Netflix's The Bigfoot family blasted for brainwashing kids with divisive bombing storyline." Mr. Speaker, that is a message success for Alberta. I know the NDP hates oil and gas. They've always despised this province's largest industry, and I'm sure they're cheering on the propaganda in that Netflix story, but we're correcting the record as we should.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, more people laughing at you is not a win. A week ago, no one had even heard of Bigfoot Family. Today, it's the top 10 film streaming on Netflix across Canada. Government MLAs and estimates actually tried to claim that more people watching it was a win. Mr. Speaker, over there in UCP land, this may be their version of standing up against their new cartoon enemy. But this latest boondoggle has multiplied Bigfoot's audience exponentially. Is the Premier trying to stomp out the message or spread it further? Because it looks to me like he is really losing this fight.
The Honourable the Premier.
So let's be blunt, Mr. Speaker. Here's a Hollywood production that depicts oil companies. By the way, oil companies, the largest industry in Alberta, largest employer, largest job creator, largest contributor to our public treasury and our public services, depicts an oil company as wanting to murder children. Wow. To oppose environmental progress. Mr. Speaker, the NDP that's who they're defending. Here's the bottom line. They've always been against our largest industry. Albertans elected this government to stand up and defend that industry.
Leader of the Opposition.
We have always been for protecting the reputation of our energy industry. These guys have been fundamentally undermining that reputation since the day they got elected. This war room has stolen logos. It has posed as a journalist. It's attacked the journalistic integrity of the New York Times. Premier, your failed candidate has more than 2 years of executive compensation under his belt. You've more than paid him off. Why don't you do Albertans a favor and fire him? Close the war room and stop the bleeding from this war room.
A point of order is noted at 2 o'clock. The Honourable Premier.
This government was elected explicitly on a commitment to create a proactive communications effort to defend in real time the energy industry that has been defamed by who? The left, by the NDP and their fellow travelers. Mr. Speaker, the NDP's reason for existing in Alberta is to oppose and undermine the largest industry in this province. They've always been wrong, and they were fired partly because they participated in the Trudeau government's efforts to undermine our energy sector. They were wrong. That's why they were fired.
The honourable member for Edmonton Gold Bar has a question.
Budget 2021 has a mysterious passing reference to $20 million of new revenue for environment and parks from, quote, some new or increased fees. But those weren't outlined in the budget's actual list of new fees. Last night at Estimates, the Environment Minister admitted that he is planning to impose a whole new range of fees on Alberta families enjoying our parks. To the Minister, how much in day use fees will he charge Albertans to enjoy a picnic or a hike in a provincial park?
The Honourable Minister of Environment and Parks.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's unfortunate that the NDP continue to want to misframe what's taking place within our provincial park system. This next 2 years, we're going to spend $164 million on the operation of that system and $158 million over the next 2 years in capital of that system, Mr. Speaker. And about 40% of that is paid for by revenue coming from modest user fees within the park system, Mr. Speaker. We intend to continue with that type of a ratio going forward. We are committed to subsidizing the park system in Alberta because it's important to Albertans, but at the same time, we've heard loud and clear from Albertans they're okay with modest fees as long as it goes back to conservation.
The order. The honourable member for Edmonton Gold Bar.
Well, last night the minister rattled off a few of the other fees, including increased camping fees and new OHV trail fees. And then he added, quote, the Alberta government will continue to look at user fees, including new user fees I haven't identified today. We know about the minister's picnic tax and his hiking tax. Can the minister tell this House and all Albertans what other kinds of fees he's planning to spring on them this year?
The Honourable Minister of Environment and Parks.
Mr. Speaker, I was clear with the Honourable Member in Estimates that Alberta's government is committed to fully funding our provincial park system, and part of that funding comes for modest user fees, Mr. Speaker. We spent the last 2 years consulting with Albertans when it comes to user fees within our park system and heard overwhelmingly that they were comfortable with modest fees that were invested back within the park system. Again, Mr. Speaker, Alberta's government will continue to invest over 50% of each time that member or any Albertan goes camping within our system, but at the same time, we'll continue with modest fees, just like the NDP did to operate the park system.
The honourable member for Edmonton Gold Bar.
If he's hearing from Albertans that they want these fees, then just tell them what the fees are that they're going to be paying this year. This is the same minister who led his caucus in song denying that he was planning to sell Alberta's parks just before he announced that he was abandoning his plan to sell Alberta's parks. Albertans don't trust this minister, and a whole range of sneaky new fees and picnic taxes underline that point. Why won't the minister just stand up, take responsibility for his bad choices, and come clean with Albertans about all of the new fees and taxes and levies that he's planning to spring on Alberta's families using our parks?
The Honourable Minister of Environment and Parks.
Mr. Speaker, the NDP are acting like fees that were within the government's platform are somehow a secret. We ran on a commitment to bring in a random camping fee in the eastern slopes of $30 a year to camp as many nights as you like, with that revenue dedicated to protecting the environment. We ran on a fee for off-highway vehicles because we wanted to do the opposite of the former government, who wanted to shut down all off-highway vehicles inside this province and ban them from their own backyard. Instead, we came forward with a modest fee of $30 a year for off-highway vehicle users, with that money going again back to our ATV clubs to go into conservation for fish habitat and water crossings, Mr. Speaker. Again, we're committed to conservation and modest fees.
The honourable member for Fort McMurray-Lac-La Biche.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The pandemic has felt like a long journey through a dark tunnel. Thankfully, we can now see the light at the end. Alberta's vaccine rollout is underway, and doses are continuing to be administered in a targeted, strategic way to those that need it most. However, we're still in a global pandemic. An economic crisis is causing reduced revenue and increased costs. To the Minister of Jobs, Economy and Innovation, Albertans want to get back to business. How is Alberta's government investing in job creation for the 2021 fiscal year?
The Honourable the Minister of Jobs, the Economy and Innovation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to that member for the question. One example of many that we're doing in this budget, Mr. Speaker, is working on diversification in our economy. And that includes film and television, Mr. Speaker. We're on track for a record year in attracting productions here to the province of Alberta. We've increased the film and television tax credit up to $50 million in this budget, Mr. Speaker. We're going to have a record year in film and television productions here in the province of Alberta. And this isn't just about attracting Hollywood stars, Mr. Speaker. This is about carpenters that are building sets. This is about electricians, Mr. Speaker. This is about people that are providing services from small businesses, from community to community, Mr. Speaker. It's one part of our plan to get people back to work.
The Honourable Member for Fort McMurray-Lac-La-Biche.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given that $20.7 billion is being invested in infrastructure through Budget 2021, creating an estimated 90,000 new jobs when our province needs it the most, and given that throughout the COVID-19 pandemic, Alberta's government has focused on the immediate protection of lives and livelihoods, and given that as we continue vaccinations, the focus will shift from the immediate response to a long-term economic recovery. To the Minister, what is Alberta's government doing to create sustainable, long-term jobs for Albertans?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs, the Economy and Innovation.
Thank you to that member for that question. There's three foundational pillars to our economic recovery plan, Mr. Speaker. One is taxes. So we accelerated the job creation tax cut here in Alberta. Number two is efficient government, Mr. Speaker. And the third part of it is talent. We need to make sure we have those three components, Mr. Speaker, to make sure that we have the right overall framework for Alberta. And Mr. Speaker, Conference Board of Canada, RBC, BMO, Mr. Speaker, all forecasting that Alberta is going to lead the country in growth, Mr. Speaker, as well as job creation as well in the coming year, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for that answer. Given that Budget 2021 is all about making crucial investments and maintaining responsible spending, and given that now more than ever, Albertans are looking forward to a future beyond the pandemic, and given that we need to make smart, long-term investments that will put Alberta in the best possible position for economic recovery. To the Minister, what is Alberta's government doing to diversify our province's job market and make innovative investments in emerging sectors?
The order, the Honourable Member, Minister of Jobs, Economy and Innovation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And you know what? The members opposite are getting a little bit feisty over there today, Mr. Speaker. But you know what? We'll give them a chance to thank Emphasis for bringing 500 jobs to Alberta. They've yet to comment positively, Mr. Speaker, on diversification. We're keeping our eye on the ball, Mr. Speaker. The Innovation Employment Grant, the best research and development grant for startups in Alberta, Mr. Speaker. Alberta Enterprise Corporation, recapitalizing it with $175 million. Best year in venture capital, 2019, beaten in 2020. 2021 is off to an even faster start, Mr. Speaker. Diversification is happening here in our province, and we're excited to see it happen.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Mountain View.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today in estimates, the Minister of Energy refused to provide an explanation for why it was that her government did not book any money related to the money lost on the Keystone XL pipeline. She did admit to Albertans that we were on the hook for at least $1.3 billion, but refused to provide further accounting. Last year, the Auditor General had to force them to book it. To the Minister, don't you think Albertans deserve a proper accounting of your $1.3 billion blunder?
The Honourable the Minister of Energy.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. In estimates today, I did note that we have estimated the cost for KXL to be exposure of $1.28 billion. That number will be fully accounted for in the annual reports, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we continue to work with TC Energy. We continue to work with them to see how to lessen the impact. And Mr. Speaker, there'll be a full and transparent accounting of KXL.
Calgary Mountain View has the call.
Given that Albertans deserve to expect an accounting in budget, and given that this morning in estimates, the Minister of Energy refused to provide an accounting of $19 million supposedly spent on advocacy in the last fiscal year, and given that all I see for this so-called advocacy is an attack on a children's cartoon about Bigfoot, Will the minister commit to providing a full accounting today of how her department spent, past tense, $19 million? We don't see any advocacy, Minister, only embarrassments.
Will the Minister of Energy?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Absolutely, I'll commit to a full accounting, just like standard government practices. Yes, today we were talking about estimates of what will be spent next year. What we spent last year will be fully accounted for in public accounts and in the annual report. So yes, absolutely, they'll see every penny of it.
The honourable member.
Given that the minister is now asking for $12 million for the war room and $15 million for advocacy, but is unable to provide any evidence of positive outcomes from last year's money, and given that I actually fear, as do many Albertans, that the disgraced war room and the Allen inquiry are harming our reputation, not improving it, Minister, if you're still in the private sector, do you really think your boss would cut you a $27 million blank check when you have no evidence to back up your work?
The Honourable the Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Having worked in the private sector, in the pipeline industry, I know that budgets are allocated for future events, just like our budget is and just like we deal with in estimates. Mr. Speaker, there is money set aside for industry advocacy in the budget for next year. It will be used to support the industry, to support market access on initiatives that, as they arrive, exactly as it works in the private sector.
Opposition House Leader has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Another month and another lawsuit by Albertans forced to take their own government to court. This time it's teachers, and they're fighting for their pensions. At stake is $19.3 billion and the retirement security of 84,000 teachers. This finance minister promised teachers that no matter what happened, they would always retain control over how their pensions were invested. But then he signed a ministerial order and went back on his word. To the finance minister, when will you show the teachers the respect that they deserve and take your hands off their pension?
The Honourable the Minister of Finance, President of the Treasury Board.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would do it, except my hands are not on their pension. Right now, ATRF continues to manage the ATRF pension fund, which sets aside funds for teachers' pensions, Mr. Speaker. And the changes that we've made in Bill 22 by amalgamating the investment function under AIMCO will serve teachers and Alberta taxpayers well. ATRF will continue to provide high-level oversight over strategic investment policy.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Millwoods.
Given that this Minister of Finance signed a ministerial order on December 23rd, which unilaterally imposed an investment management agreement that gave AIMCO the final say on investment decisions for ATRF's pension assets, and given that it was AIMCO that walked away from the table instead of negotiating as they should have, and given that this imposed agreement breaks the minister's promise to teachers, to the minister, what compelled you to go back on your word, give AIMCO that control over teachers' pension right at the Christmas holidays with no discussion, dialogue, or communication with those who teach our children?
The Honourable the Minister of Finance, President of the Treasury Board.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. In December, I implemented a temporary investment management agreement between the two parties so that ATRF and AIMCO can continue to move forward to pull assets over and get on with the business of investing those assets in the best interest of Alberta teachers and Alberta taxpayers.
Hear, hear.
This agreement was substantially similar to agreements that have served other pension funds extremely well in the past. I'm hopeful ATRF and AIMCO will form a new agreement which will then supersede the one that I implemented.
The Honourable Member.
Given that AIMCO walked away from the table, one of those two parties stopped negotiating and you imposed an agreement. I don't understand how you think that the situation will improve, given that now the finance minister is wasting time and money defending actions in court as he needlessly grants AIMCO that control over the pensions, and given that the Alberta Teachers Retirement Fund was one of the best run pension plans in the country, and given that the government did not campaign on this, to the finance minister, will you admit that your strategy has been a disaster and just listen to Alberta's teachers when they're begging you to take your hands off their pension?
The Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What I will admit to is the plan and fundamental motive in bringing ATRF's assets under AIMCO's management continues to be valid today. It will result in lower costs in administering the investment strategies, Mr. Speaker. That will result in better returns for teachers, better returns for Alberta taxpayers, Mr. Speaker. Our goals are congruent, and the methodology is sound.
The honourable member for Cardston-Siksika.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is our duty as representatives of our constituents to be their voice to the provincial government. Although it may be difficult to voice all the unique opinions of our constituents, we still have a duty to work hard and listen to their concerns. But in some cases, our constituents feel like their MLA has failed to represent them altogether. To the Minister of Justice, how can Albertans hold their representatives to account?
The Honourable the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for that important question. Mr. Speaker, I know that this is a question that is important to my colleague, the member from Cardston-Siksika, and his constituents. Recall is a tool Albertans can use to hold their elected representatives accountable by removing them from office. An Albertan who feels this way can collect signatures from other Albertans in their constituency who likewise believe the relationship with elected officials is beyond repair. If they collect enough signatures, Mr. Speaker, they can begin that particular process.
The honourable member for Cardston-Siksika.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given that the Select Special Democratic Accountability Committee, of which I was the chair, thoroughly reviewed recall legislation with many different representatives, including stakeholders and citizens' priority input, and given that the member from Edmonton-Goldbar clearly opposes recall based on his heckling right now, and given that the Democratic Accountability Committee gave 17 recommendations based on presentations and written input from Alberta's government about recall legislation, to the Minister, how many of these recommendations did the Ministry use when drafting this legislation?
The Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me once again thank the member for his work in chairing that important Select Special Democratic Accountability Committee. Mr. Speaker, that committee made 17 recommendations with respect to recall legislation. I can confirm to this House and to this member that all 17 recommendations were adopted, and that bill has been tabled before the floor of this Assembly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Cardston-Siksika.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for that answer. Given that petitioners in recall legislation would be able to recall their MLA if they were to gather 40% of the eligible voter signatures on a petition, and given that outside organizations could hire petitioners to campaign for the recall of an MLA, which could cause unfair campaigns that are not necessarily for the interest of the citizens, but for special interest groups themselves, to the Minister, will this legislation prevent paid campaigners from being able to petition for a recall?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a very important question, and I'm glad that the Honourable Member has given me this opportunity to comment on such significant issue. Let me be crystal clear, Mr. Speaker. The question of a recall vote is a discussion between constituents. It is up to the constituents to collect signatures for recall. It is up to the constituent to vote for or against a recall. Recall is not a matter decided by parties and the party machine. Mr. Speaker, let me also assure the member that there will not be, fees or charges for canvassing.
The honourable member for Edmonton Manning has a question.
Mr. Speaker, Albertans were rightfully furious this Christmas when news emerged that a UCP cabinet minister, MLAs, and the Premier's chief of staff had decided that the public health rules didn't apply to them, and they jetted off to Hawaii, London, Phoenix, Mexico, and Las Vegas. The CBC issued a Freedom of Information request for the complaints about this fiasco that were sent directly to the Premier's office. They only got 7 records back. To the Premier, are Albertans really supposed to believe that only 7 people complained about the Aloha Gate fiasco? What are you hiding?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And when it comes to hiding things, I think the NDP appear to be the king of that inside this chamber, Mr. Speaker. The Premier was very transparent about the situation that took place over Christmas. In fact, he stood up in a news conference on January 1st of this year and took full responsibility for the situation. And then brought forward consequences for the members of our caucus who have since apologized, Mr. Speaker. I will note that that member still has not risen in this House and apologized for being part of a party that continues to protest against our oil and gas industry. And I got a few other things to say in a moment.
The honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government House Leader might just want to take some responsibility for what's going on in his side of the House. And given that we know that the Premier signed off on his Chief of Staff's vacation to London and required ministers to inform their office of their vacation plans, and given that the Premier has changed his stories on the jet-setting Aloha Gate fiasco multiple times, and given that Albertans don't trust this Premier to tell the truth, Premier, there is not a single Albertan in this province who believes that you got only 7 calls about this. Will you table all complaints to your office in regards to this scandal?
Just remind the honourable member for Edmonton Manning that the use of a preamble after question 4 is prohibited. The government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Premier has been abundantly transparent on this issue, Mr. Speaker. Again, the official opposition, though, has not on many issues, including when the current leader of the official opposition was Premier and had to do an investigation into her own caucus about sexual behaviour, Mr. Speaker, which to this day has been kept quiet from Albertans, Mr. Speaker. So what I would suggest, Mr. Speaker, if the NDP are worried about transparency, they start with their side of the House.
The honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
Well, Mr. Speaker, given that this government has shown an aversion to being transparent with Albertans, as evident by their shielding of the failed war room from FOIP, firing the commissioner investigating their leadership election, and now by clearly not honestly reflecting the volume of complaints they received from Albertans about Aloha Gate, and given that rather than rebuilding trust with Albertans, the Premier continues to duck accountability and provide nonsensical answers to my question, I'm not going to ask a third question, Mr. Speaker. Instead, I'll tell Albertans that if they're still upset with this Premier about Aloha Gate, all they have to do is send him a note at premier@government.ab.ca.
The honourable government House Leader.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and that gives me an opportunity then, if there's no question, to rise and point out that many leading banks and economists are projecting, Mr. Speaker, that Alberta is going to lead the way for recovery inside this country, Mr. Speaker. That is why that honourable member and her party are playing games in this legislature, Mr. Speaker, because they're rooting against Albertans. They're rooting against our success. But, Mr. Speaker, through you to Albertans, don't worry, we're going to lead the way when it comes to recovery after COVID-19.
The honourable member for Calgary-Buffalo.
This government's fiscal priorities are clear. When it comes to attacking children's cartoons or ensuring the profitable corporations can boost shareholder dividends, there is no expense too high or cost too deep they won't go. But when it comes to our cities and ensuring that they can create jobs, we see this minister planning 25% cuts and claiming there's no way they can fulfill their capital investment priorities. Mr. Minister, investing in our cities will create jobs. Investing in fighting kids' cartoons won't. Why can't you see this and stop your damaging MSI cuts?
The Honourable the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Transportation.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know it's foreign to the honourable member that was once the finance minister of this province to think about living within one's means. But we just dropped a budget on the table with an $18 billion deficit. Now, Mr. Speaker, on this side, we're not proud of that deficit number, but we are taking action to lower it. Member on the opposite that actually should know better after 4 years of being trained as finance minister can't get that through his mind.
Member for Calgary-Buffalo.
Given that this government broke a promise by cancelling city charters and broke a promise again by delaying the local governance fiscal framework until after 2023, but given that while this minister can't create jobs, they can waste tax dollars on things like the embarrassing war room, the failed corporate handout, and more. Minister, if you were more focused on jobs for Albertans and less on wasting money on UCP pet projects, our cities wouldn't face a 25% cut. Why do the residents of Alberta cities have to suffer from your government's wrong-headed decisions?
The Honourable the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Transportation.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the member opposite may think that a government can tax their way to success or to cut their way to success, but we know we need to build the economy, build the economic pie in order to share it with people. And has the member heard? Alberta will lead the nation this year in economic growth. Alberta will lead the nation this year in job growth. That's what municipalities and the people that live in them are concerned about. That's what we're concerned about it. We're in tune with Albertans, and we are making the tough decisions along the way.
The Honourable Member
Given that this minister is absurdly demanding that cities need to live within their own means when his government has wasted billions on a no-job corporate handout, a bet on Donald Trump winning the White House, and this shameful, embarrassing war room, and given that the UCP itself wasn't able to live within its own means as a political party who took Justin Trudeau's handout to pay for their political operatives, Minister, shouldn't you start by living within your own means? Why won't you stop wasting money on failed economic strategy approaches that are about as unpopular as the Premier?
The Honourable the Minister of
Well, Mr. Speaker, this is the type of hypocrisy and inconsistency we expect from the other side. He started off with a spending question. He ended with a saving question. When he decides which side he's on, he should let us know. In the meantime, we'll keep working on expanding the fact that Alberta will lead the economy this year. Alberta will lead the job growth this year across Canada, Mr. Speaker. That's real results for Albertans. That's what they've been waiting for. That's what we're working hard to deliver.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Curry has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we work hard to recover from the global pandemic and economic downturn, our government is investing to diversify our economy. Given that our supports have led to new investments in technology and innovation, including at post-secondary institutions such as the U of C and their USEED funding program, to the Minister of Jobs, Economy and Innovation, can you explain how our government's support of investments in technology will affect economic stability and how it will contribute to accelerating innovation in our province?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs, the Economy and Innovation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to that member for that question. Last summer, we struck the Innovation Capital Working Group to give us advice on how we can accelerate diversification, particularly in those fast-growing venture capital startup companies. They gave us two really key parts of that for advice. One, put in place the Innovation Employment Grant. We got that done, started January 1st of this year. The second part of it, recapitalize Alberta Enterprise Corporation with an additional $175 million, Mr. Speaker. Our budget does that right now. And we've seen record growth in venture capital. That member's from Calgary, my hometown as well, Mr. Speaker. Record in 2019. Destroyed that record in 2020, and 2021's off to an even faster start in venture capital.
Well, Member for Calgary Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given that the drop in oil and gas demand, coupled with the current economic situation caused by the pandemic, has brought the unemployment rate up in Alberta, and given that new technology companies such as mCloud and Infosys are moving to Alberta, creating more jobs and bringing new investment, to the same minister, can you please inform this House on how diversifying our economy will have a positive effect on job creation and get Albertans back to work?
Well, the Minister of Jobs, the Economy and Innovation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have an amazing foundation from energy, ag, forestry, Mr. Speaker, to build on. And it's amazing to see a critical mass now also coming in the technology space in Alberta. For example, in the city of Calgary, they just attracted mCloud, a company that was headquartered in Vancouver, moving their head office to Calgary, hiring an additional 100 Albertans. We've got Infosys, an international technology company, moving 500 jobs to Calgary. And we've seen fast-growing companies from Benevity to Cement, Neo Financial, Mr. Speaker. These are cutting-edge companies that are scaling, going from 20 to 50 employees just a year ago to over 250 employees now, trajectory to 500-plus employees soon.
The Honourable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given that in my own riding of Calgary Curry, I know many businesses who have struggled over the course of the last year, whether that's laying off employees, some of whom are my friends and neighbors. And given that diversifying our economy will benefit investment in our province and help drive increased growth, jobs, and opportunities. To the Minister of Finance, how will investing in a diversified economy affect Alberta's revenue and help us deal with the debtor deficit?
The Honourable the Minister of Finance and the President of Treasury Board.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question. Increased economic diversification and growth is critical to Alberta's economic recovery, but it's also critical to our long-term fiscal capacity, which will result in increased revenues for the government of Alberta, which, of course, are used to pay for our programming. And, Mr. Speaker, here's the good news. I don't know if we've mentioned this yet today. The National Bank, the BMO, and the Conference Board of Canada are all expecting Alberta to lead the nation in economic growth in 2021.
The order. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Decor.
Mr. Speaker, the UCP are claiming that the proposed amendments to the Métis Settlement Act is removing red tape. But General Counsel President Herb Lair said this bill will take away their right to democratically decide how they want to be governed. He also said this was done without consultation. To the Minister of Indigenous Relations, please explain how removing democratic agency for Métis people in Alberta without consultation is removing red tape.
The Honourable the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am proud of our Minister of Indigenous Relations for his hard work in bringing reform to the Métis Settlement Act, in a set of amendment that will give control of their future, of their settlement, back to the people. That is what we expect from our government. That's what the people expect. That will enhance the prosperity of our brothers and sisters within the Métis settlement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Decor.
Reform without consultation. Given that the changes done to the Métis Settlement Act should be done in consultation with the Métis, but Herb Blair said that the amendments that the Métis Settlement General Council wanted are not included in Bill 57, and changes they disagree were done without consultation. Minister, it appears that you consider genuine consultation and conversation with Métis and Indigenous people to be red tape. This is wrong and insulting. Will you reverse these undemocratic plans and commit to meeting with Métis Settlement General Council to make changes to the Act that actually work for them?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me assure this Assembly that the Métis General Council was consulted on this particular bill. Mr. Speaker, what is required is that we consult with them and we listen to them. Mr. Speaker, I remember the President that the member opportunity referred to telling me when I was Minister of Municipal Affairs that my visit to Elizabeth and Fishing Lake was the first time a Minister of the Crown had visited those settlements. So, Mr. Speaker, once again, what we have done here is to give control of the settlement back to the people of the settlement.
The order, the Honourable Member.
The President disagrees. Given that I often disagree with what this government claims as red tape, but I still fundamentally believe that government should be consistently reviewed and reformed to work better for Albertans. However, given that consultation with the Métis and Indigenous people is paramount to genuine reconciliation, these conversations should never be considered red tape. To the Associate Minister of Red Tape Reduction, will you apologize to the Métis people of Alberta about this insulting framing, and will you commit to pulling this horrendous bill until you sit down and hold genuine consultation with the Métis people?
The Honourable the Minister of Justice, Solicitor General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, one of the key provisions of the amendment that was put forward by the Minister of Indigenous Relations is actually giving control of the settlement, their funds and their future back to their people, instead of the government and the Minister of Indigenous Relations having to make those decisions for them. That is exactly what they ask for. That is exactly what they expect of their government. That's exactly what we have done. Mr. Speaker, we are giving control of their funds and resources back to them.
The Honourable Member for Calgary, McCall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It has been 275 days since the hailstorm hit northeast Calgary, the fourth largest natural disaster in Canadian history. This government continues to refuse to act despite repeated requests for assistance from northeast Calgary. I have heard from families that are still waiting on repairs who also have seen their heating bills go up this winter because of the holes in their homes. To the Minister of Finance, why did you leave my constituents to freeze this winter? Why did you fail to ensure every single home was repaired before the temperature dropped?
The Honourable Minister of Finance, President, Treasury Board.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. We know that the hailstorm in Calgary created hardship, and I also know that that many Calgary MLAs worked with their constituents and their constituents' insurance companies to work through that process and find the remedy that they needed. Mr. Speaker, we're committed to continue to ensure that insurance companies deliver on their promises to Albertans with respect to providing insurance indemnities where there's been loss.
The Honourable Member for Calgary, McCall.
Given that as of end of November, only 60% of 70,000 hail damage claims had been processed, meaning tens of thousands are still waiting for this government to act, And given that on top of COVID, this is creating additional stresses and anxiety for my community and constituency, to the Minister, your government promised help. Why wouldn't you deliver?
The Honourable the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Calgary hailstorm was a massive hailstorm in a densely populated region. And Mr. Speaker, insurance companies are working through those claims. Again, Calgary MLAs are working with their constituents to work through that process. Mr. Speaker, I'm hopeful that in the weeks ahead that all the claims can be adjudicated and Calgary residents that have experienced loss can actually be repaid.
Full member.
Given that many of my constituents are on the front lines of the pandemic, and given that the Premier is yet to apologize for blaming them for spreading COVID-19, and given that many are also shocked to learn they don't qualify for the critical workers' benefits such as cab drivers. To the Minister, why is that this government continues to insult, ignore, and fail Northeast Calgary?
The Honourable the Minister of Municipal Affairs.
Speaker, I would have the honourable member and all Albertans know that our government has worked with community leaders in Calgary and Edmonton and across Edmonton, and we have developed, working with them to create COVID care teams with all across the cities, where we've actually gone right to the homes through the community associations that the people already belong to, in the language that they speak, even if it's not English or French, to make sure that they get all the care during COVID. They get access to personal protective equipment, and they get access to what everybody else gets, Mr. Speaker. We're very hard on doing this.
The Honourable Member for Fort McMurray-Lac-La-Biche.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you were to listen to the members opposite, you might think that Alberta's vaccine rollout wasn't happening quick enough. However, just last week, my dad booked his appointment and got vaccinated the very same day, and that was just blocks away from his house in Fort McMurray. Alberta's government made a clear plan to administer vaccines as quickly and safely as possible, and we're following through on this. To the Minister of Health, can you please explain and provide an update on the progress of Alberta's vaccine rollout?
Minister of Health.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And with the vaccine supply finally increasing, we can continue to expand the rollout if and only if supply continues to increase. We expect to offer all Albertans who are 18 and over their first dose by the end of June. So to date, about 380,000 doses have been administered in the province. In the last 7 days, we've averaged more than 8,800 vaccinations a day, or about 66,000 in the week. And as more doses arrive, we'll continue expanding eligibility to give out 200,000 doses per week.
The Honourable Member for Fort McMurray-Lac-La-Biche.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister. At the start of the year, Alberta's government created a vaccine task force to ensure a ready-to-go vaccine rollout. And given that Alberta has been among the top provinces for administering received doses, and given that while we've made significant progress in the fight against COVID-19, there are still Albertans waiting for their vaccines. To the Minister of Health, can you please explain why vaccinations have taken longer than expected, and how Alberta is doing in comparison to the rest of Canada?
The Honourable the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as our vaccination teams are working extremely hard to get doses into the arms of Albertans as quickly as they arrive in the province, we're committed to, and we've committed to, offering everyone 18 or older their first dose by the end of June. Alberta is ahead of most provinces. BC, Ontario, Quebec, they have only started immunizing older seniors, while we're offering the vaccine to everyone who's 65 and older. Now, Alberta has administered more doses per capita than BC, Manitoba, Newfoundland, and Nova Scotia. This morning, we've announced as well that family physicians will be administering doses in April.
The Honourable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for that answer. Given that if we get the supply promised by the federal government, all Albertans over 18 could have their first dose by the end of June. And given that while the federal government continues to promise that vaccines and more vaccines will be coming, Canada continues to fall behind in administered doses. And given that right now provincial governments are at the mercy of the federal vaccine supply, to the Minister of Jobs, Economy and Innovation, do we have any contingency plans in place in case the federal government's promise falls through?
Honourable the Minister of Jobs, the Economy and Innovation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've asked for proposals for domestic development as well as manufacturing of vaccines right here in Alberta, Mr. Speaker. We have 2 vaccines that are in human trials, Entos and Providence. And, Mr. Speaker, it's encouraging to see that they're at the forefront of research, Mr. Speaker, as well at the University of Alberta. We have a Nobel Prize winner there, Dr. Houghton, Mr. Speaker. So we are seeking those proposals, and we're really taking a look at this from a bigger picture, longer-term approach as well. We invest in food security, national security, as health security is equally important, Mr. Speaker, as this pandemic has shown.
Member for Calgary Fish Creek.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Calgary's hotel sector has suffered job losses of 2,800 of its 3,900 pre-pandemic employee base, with a devastating $145 million revenue reduction to just $35 million. Hotels across the province are facing similar challenges, and the industry faces a crisis unlike any we have ever seen. Given our government's focus on protecting lives and livelihoods, and given that many Albertans are facing a formidable challenge of our incredible world-class visitor economy, to the Minister of Health, how is Alberta supporting facilities and operators so they'll be ready to safely and rapidly relaunch?
The Minister of Jobs, the Economy and Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, we're going to make sure that we're there to help support our hotel industry across Alberta. We know that they've been drastically impacted by the travel restrictions that have been put in place, Mr. Speaker. Our tourism industry is reliant on flights coming into Alberta. We're not necessarily a destination that people drive to all the time, other than maybe some neighboring provinces. We need to have those flights that are in place, Mr. Speaker. We've been there with supports. We provided $8 million to destination management organizations across Alberta. We've had the tourism levy abatement in place. We put the relaunch grant in place, Mr. Speaker, with $575 million of support, as well as the enhanced COVID-19 business benefit to support our tourism industry.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Fish Creek.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Speaker, given the provincially driven rapid testing pilot program at Calgary International was deemed successful by travelers, airlines, and airport management, noting its suspension on February the 11th due to federally mandated restrictions around COVID-19 variants, and given the National Airlines Council of Canada is urging the federal government to implement rapid testing at all airports, given the critical importance of relaunch of our national visitor economy, again to the Minister, will Alberta consider revisiting the rapid tested pilot program when able for YYC and other airports across our great province?
The Honourable the Minister of Health.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And our rapid testing pilot program was successful. It was a made in Alberta solution. The pilot helped more than 50,000 travelers to undergo testing, and if they proved negative, then to safely leave quarantine. It also proved an essential tool to help screen for variant cases in returning international travelers. The pilot was suspended by the federal government in February due to those federal restrictions. The pilot program will no longer be available until at least then the federal government eases those travel restrictions on April 30th, and we'll reevaluate whether the restart at the end of April can be able to proceed.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Fish Creek.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given the relaunch of our visitor economy will be driven largely by air capacity, and given that said capacity has been largely restricted due to the pandemic with devastating impact on our airports, airlines, and tourism operators, what is our government planning in support of relaunch efforts of these vital links to jumpstart our treasured and battered visitor economy?
The Honourable the Minister of Jobs, the Economy and Innovation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for his leadership with our Aviation Council, Mr. Speaker, and getting that in place, and this continued engagement in making sure that Alberta has the fastest bounce back possible to get our airline industry up and running here in the province of Alberta. Just want to commend him for his efforts on that front. We're going to continue to be there, Mr. Speaker. We're going to work with Travel Alberta. We've expanded their budget by $22 million, assuming it passes through this House, Mr. Speaker. I don't want to preempt that, but that'll help Travel Alberta work with the tourism industry, make sure that we have flights coming into our province, Mr. Speaker, make sure that that experience in Alberta is one that everybody wants to write home about and tell their neighbours about so everybody can come to Alberta and experience our amazing way.
Honourable members, that concludes the time allotted for oral question period. In 30 seconds or less, we will proceed to the introduction of bills.
Introduction of bills.
The Honourable the Minister of Justice and the Solicitor General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is with great pleasure that I request leave of this Assembly to move first reading of Bill 51, the Citizen Initiative Act. Mr. Speaker, under Bill 51, an Albertan could, through Elections Alberta, petition other Albertans on proposed legislative, policy, or constitutional initiatives that they would like their government to explore. Successful legislative and policy initiatives would then be referred to a committee of the Legislative Assembly for consideration. Successful constitutional initiatives will proceed through the process established in the Referendum Act. I hope, Mr. Speaker, that members on both sides of the House would support this important piece of legislation. With that, Mr. Speaker, I move first reading of Bill 51.
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Solicitor General has moved first reading of Bill 51, Citizen Initiative Act. All those in favour of the motion for first reading, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. My opinion, the ayes have it. That motion is carried and so ordered.
Bill 51, Citizen Initiative Act, is now read a first time. Tabling returns and reports.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise with the requisite amount of copies, tablings of emails that we have been able to access through FOIP in regards to emails that the Premier received while in regulation to Aloha Gate.
The Honourable the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise to table the appropriate amount of letters that the Honourable the Premier referred to in question period of a letter from the former Energy Minister in which she instructs the AER to allow mining on Phase 2 or Category 2 lands, including strip mining inside the province of Alberta.
Are there others? The Honourable Member for Cardston, Sika.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honored to rise to table the requisite number of copies on behalf of the Minister of Service Alberta. 3 pieces of correspondence received by his office and quoted by him in his comments yesterday during second reading of Bill 53. Each of these emails is from an Albertan looking for the ability to hold virtual meetings.
Others? Honourable members, I have a tabling to make pursuant to Section 28 of the Conflict of Interest Acts. I'm tabling 6 copies of a report from the Office of the Ethics Commissioner.
Tablings to the clerk.
Honourable members, we are at points of order, and at 2 o'clock, the Government House Leader raised a point of order which he subsequently has withdrawn. Orders of the day, orders du jour.
Committee of Supply.
Honourable members, as we prepare for Committee of Supply, we will just take a couple of brief moments to allow some officials to get set into their spots in the Assembly, and we will proceed with the Committee of Supply when ready to do so.
members, I would like to call Committee of Supply to order. Honourable members, before we commence consideration of supplementary supply, I would like to briefly review the standing orders governing the speaking rotation. As provided for in Standing Order 5902, the rotation in Standing Order 5901 sub 6 applies, which is as follows. A, the minister or the member of the Executive Council acting on the minister's behalf may make opening comments not to exceed 10 minutes. B, for the hour that follows, members of the official opposition and the minister or the member of the Executive Council acting on the minister's behalf may speak. D, sub 1, for the next 20 minutes, the members of any other party represented in the Assembly, any independent members, and the minister or the member of Executive Council acting on the minister's behalf may speak. For the next 20 minutes, private members of the Government Caucus and the ministers or the member of Executive Council acting on the minister's behalf may speak. And F4, the time remaining to the extent possible, the rotation outlined in clauses sub B, D.1 and E shall apply, with the speaking time set at 5 minutes as provided in Standing Order 5902 sub 1 sub C. During the first rotation, speaking times are limited to 10 minutes. Once the first rotation is complete, speaking times are reduced to 5 minutes. Provided that the chair has been notified, a minister and a member may combine their speaking times while both taking and yielding the floor during their combined period. As provided for in Government Motion 68, approved by the Assembly on March 11, 2021, the time allotted for the consideration is 3 hours. Finally, pursuant to Standing Order 61, sub 2.1, if at 5:55 p.m. there are fewer than 15 minutes remaining in the time allotted for consideration of the supplementary estimates, the committee shall continue beyond 6 p.m. to fulfill the time allotted for consideration of the estimates. However, pursuant to Standing Order 61, sub 2.2, if the committee does not fulfill the time allotted for considerations of the estimates by 6:15 p.m., the committee shall rise and report without the question put. Honourable members, the Committee of Supply has under consideration the 2020-21 supplementary supply estimates number 2. I will now recognize the Honourable President of Treasury Board and the Minister of Finance to move estimates.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to move the 2020-2021 supplementary supply estimates number 2 for the General Revenue Fund. When passed, these estimates will authorize an approximate increase of $1.3 billion in voted expense funding and $750,000 in voted capital investment. These estimates report the funding needed for the government's fiscal plans as presented in the fiscal update included in Budget 2021. The estimates include additional funding to the following 7 departments: Children's Services, Culture, Multiculturalism and the Status of Women, Education, Energy, Health, Jobs, Economy and Innovation, and Labor and Immigration. Total supplementary funding is approximately $1.3 billion, and the primary reason for this funding is to carry on with the fight against COVID-19 and to support Alberta's recovery plan. Madam Chair, at the beginning of last year, early economic indicators were showing 2020 was going to be a turnaround year for Alberta's economy. Yet almost at the same time that I stood here and delivered Budget 2020, Alberta was hit by what I have come to call a triple black swan event. This includes the greatest global economic recession since the Great Depression. It includes an unprecedented drop in energy prices, and at the same time, we were also called on to fight a pandemic within our own borders. These 3 things have combined to hit Alberta and our resource-based economy harder than most other jurisdictions. Alberta's revenue has seen a steep decrease, while as a necessity, expenses have risen to combat the pandemic and its effects. Madam Chair, no one could have predicted the impacts that the COVID-19 pandemic would have had on our economy. Alberta needed a bold plan, a plan to jumpstart our economy and position Alberta on a path to recovery. And that's why our government launched Alberta's Recovery Plan. And Madam Chair, the funding in these estimates will help our government achieve 2 main priorities of our recovery plan: protecting the health of Albertans by responding to COVID-19 and taking action to protect people's jobs. You will see in the estimates that the largest supplementary amount belongs to jobs, economy, and innovation. $373 million will support the small and medium-sized business enterprise relaunch grant. The Small and Medium Enterprise Relaunch Grant offers financial assistance to Alberta businesses, cooperatives, and nonprofits that were ordered to close or curtail operations and that experienced a revenue reduction of at least 30% as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. This funding will help small businesses, which are the backbone of our economy and a key source of employment, survive the pandemic. I know that all the honourable members here will agree that this is very important. Also, under Jobs, Economy and Innovation, the government provided an additional $8 million in 2020-2021 to destination marketing organizations in Calgary, Edmonton, Banff, Jasper and Canmore. The tourism industry has been hit especially hard by the pandemic, but supports like this will position it for recovery. The next largest expense comes from the Department of Health. Approximately $323 million will help cover increasing costs for testing, contact tracing, incremental staffing, and overtime. This funding will also help protect staff and clients in supportive living, addiction and mental health facilities, as well as those in the home care system. Of course, this funding is also earmarked for vaccine distribution, which is the most important thing for protecting the health and jobs of Albertans and getting back to normal. The supplementary funding for health will also be used to provide the critical worker benefit, and you will see that children's services, education, and labor and immigration also have amounts for this wage benefit. The critical worker benefit will provide a one-time payment of $1,200 to eligible Albertans in recognition of their hard work to provide Albertans with the care and critical services they need. It will be distributed to up to 380,000 workers in the healthcare, social services, education, and private sectors. Alberta's government is working directly with employers to distribute the benefit to eligible workers. While childcare workers are among those receiving wage top-ups, the estimates also include almost $23 million in childcare subsidies and supports. Roughly half of this number will go towards childcare rebates for parents, with the other half going towards grants for providers. As a further boost for workers and jobs, the supplementary estimates also include $62 million for the Alberta Jobs Now program. This program, which will be formally announced very soon, will ensure that Albertans have the skills they need to get back to work. It will also encourage employers to create jobs, thereby stimulating broader economic recovery. Employers will be able to apply for funding to cover the costs of hiring and training new employees. This initiative will increase employment and skills development opportunities, while also aligning the labour market with employer needs. These estimates also include a supplementary amount of $12 million for the Sport and Cultural Event Relaunch Program, the name which has been recently changed to the Stabilize Program. As part of Alberta's recovery plan, this program provides one-time funding to support rodeos, sports, arts, and other venue-based organizations. It will enable organizations to maintain their operations and support the live experience sector in Alberta. The last point I'd like to make is that the estimates also include a supplementary amount of just under $275 million for crude by rail contractual obligations. As a result of the pandemic and ongoing oil price weakness, the credit ratings of potential partners decreased, making it extremely difficult to divest these contracts. The Alberta government will continue to work with partners to enable market access while ensuring Albertans do not shoulder the significant risks of buying and transporting oil. Overall, the amounts in these supplementary estimates are needed to protect the health and jobs of Albertans. But the government has not lost its focus on long-term fiscal prudence and responsibility. As highlighted in Budget 2021, we remain committed to keeping Alberta's net debt to GDP ratio below 30%, bringing our spending in line with that of comparator provinces, and ensuring that we deliver government services most efficiently, and developing a plan for balancing the budget once the pandemic is beaten. Madam Chair, my colleagues and I will now be pleased to answer questions from the members of the Assembly about the 2020-2021 supplementary estimates number 2. Thank you.
Honourable members, we will now move to the start with members of the official opposition. I see the honourable member for Edmonton, Beverly Clareview. My apologies. Would you like to take a first 10-minute increment, or would you like to share time with the minister?
Well, I prefer to share time if that's. Thank you very much, Minister.
Would you like to take a 10-minute increment?
Sure.
Or share the whole time?
Share the whole time.
Okay.
Please.
All right. Please proceed.
Yeah, thank you very much. I want to thank members for being here today for our second supply bill that this government's bringing forward. So just an interesting note for Albertans at home, sub-supply is money the government needs in order to continue to deliver programs and services before the 2021 budget, which is being debated right now, passes, or should it pass. Yet this is the second sub-supply bill that this government is bringing forward. Now, I do recognize the fact that we are facing a global pandemic, which is having catastrophic consequences and implications for businesses, families, communities right across our province. But I do find it curious and interesting that for a party that runs away from deficits like it is the plague, the current government is running the largest deficit in Alberta's history. And actually for 4 years when we were government, campaigned on how could we possibly be running deficits when we had the global collapse in the price of oil. Now, having said that, I do have a number of questions. And so the first one, Minister, you're asking for a non-trivial amount of money in this supply bill. It is significant. We know that Alberta is facing significant fiscal challenges. Now, my question to the Minister is, why is the Minister coming to the Assembly to ask for additional debt financing funds before cutting ineffective, inefficient, counterproductive spending like the War Room?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to respond certainly to the question and also to a couple of other assertions within the question. Firstly, with respect to defending Alberta's largest industry, in fact, Canada's largest industry, and the integrity of that industry, Madam Chair, that is a vitally important effort for all Albertans, including the Alberta government. And Madam Chair, it's an effort that the members opposite, when they were governing, simply didn't rise to the occasion for. And as a result of that, we experienced disproportionate attacks on, again, Alberta's largest industry, the most responsible energy industry in the world, Madam Chair. And that's why we make no apologies for funding the Canadian Energy Centre that will provide information and facts to Canadians and, in fact, beyond our nation around the environmentally responsible energy industry that we have in this province and the great contribution that industry provides not only to Albertans but to the nation as a whole. And Madam Chair, I want to talk a wee bit about deficits because, as the member appropriately pointed out and accurately pointed out, we are a government that does not want to run a deficit. We are a government that believes in a balanced budget. We are a government that believes that we should not leave excessive spending for the next generation to deal with. And that's why, Madam Chair, we brought forward a fiscal plan in Budget 2019, which was a credible plan to balance in our first term, as we committed to Albertans during the election campaign. And Madam Chair, COVID-19, unfortunately, has got in the way of that very credible plan and path to balance. And we've necessarily had to temporarily increase spending. At the same time, we've observed significant reductions in revenues, again, because of the pandemic, because of the largest contraction in the global economy since the Great Depression, and because of an unprecedented collapse in global energy prices, Madam Chair. But in the meantime, we've identified fiscal anchors that will inform our fiscal decisions during this time and until we can define a new path and timeline to balance. And Madam Chair, those fiscal anchors, the first fiscal anchor, is that we will keep our net debt to GDP ratio below 30%. Madam Chair, this is a measure that has a strong correlation for a jurisdiction or entity's ability to service its debt in the future. By ensuring our net debt to GDP ratio remains below 30%, we'll ensure that Alberta keeps a relatively strong balance sheet, even through this pandemic, which will position this province for fiscal recovery. Fiscal anchor number 2, we will ensure that we will bring our per capita spending in line with that of comparative provinces. Madam Chair, we are committed to deliver government services at least as efficiently as comparative provinces. Our fiscal plan in Budget 2021 accomplishes that, and that's in spite, Madam Chair, of inheriting a government with a spending trajectory that was increasing 4% per year while revenues were remaining flat. And Madam Chair, our last fiscal anchor is that when we emerge from the pandemic, when we have additional economic clarity, we commit to Albertans that we will provide a fresh path and timeline to get to balance, because getting to balance, balancing the budget, not spending beyond our means, is critically important to this government and I believe to Albertans.
The honourable member for Edmonton Beverly Clearview.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And Minister, as far as the support for the oil and gas sector, we all agree that we need to support Alberta's largest industry. I mean, there was a number of initiatives that we brought in under our government. We don't need to debate that. My point is only that the war room is not building confidence in Alberta's energy sector. It's in fact doing the opposite, which is a cause for a major concern. And I think the Minister of Energy has also heard from a number of her stakeholders directly on how the war room is not helping to improve the reputation of Alberta around the globe. It's doing the opposite. But that's a difference of opinions, Minister, for sure. Regarding the deficit, I'll make one more comment and then I'll jump into a specific line item. I appreciate, Minister, that the Minister, through you, Madam Chair, says that he's opposed to deficits. But I will remind the House that in 2019, pre-COVID, this UCP government ran a $12 billion deficit, higher than any NDP deficit in our 4 years of government. So we'll let the facts stand for themselves. Now, moving on in this, we're going to start in jobs, economy, and innovation. In this supply bill, the minister is asking for $370 million for Alberta's small businesses. Now, the minister hailed the relaunch grant, but small businesses are telling us it's not enough. These businesses really don't know if they're actually going to make it to the other side of this pandemic, as none of us know where that is, when we will actually make it to the other side of the pandemic. Many are in dire straits. The government had up to $7.5 billion to make a bet on Mr. Trump winning the U.S. presidential election, but comparatively, a fraction of that for Alberta businesses. Now, questions that I have are around the relaunch grant. I appreciate that the minister and I had exchanges in estimates, but I'm looking for a breakdown of this $375,000. And then I also want to ask the minister, this supply bill is to get government through to March 31st. So I think Albertans deserve to know how much, if part of this line item has already been spent, if it's already been allocated, how much has been allocated, and how much can this government get out the door in 2 weeks to businesses, and what is the plan to ensure that this money gets into the hands of businesses?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs, Economy and Innovation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And at a high level, just to kind of give some context to this, after the first wave of the pandemic, we put in place the relaunch grant, and we budgeted about $200 million for the initial relaunch grant, which provided supports of up to $5,000 to small businesses. As we got into the second wave, we recognized that we had to put in place significant health measures that were going to impact small businesses across Alberta. So we increased the relaunch grant up to $20,000 of support. We also changed the eligibility criteria to bring it down to 30% of revenue impact, revenue losses to be eligible. We also then at that point in time heard from, and this is the part that really just blows me away from the amazing resiliency of Albertans, is that we had numerous companies start during the pandemic. They decided to hang their shingle out there, start their business during the pandemic. So we had to change parameters as well for eligibility for those new businesses in Alberta. We also heard from sole proprietors that didn't have registered businesses as well, that we had to expand the capacity. So initially, in the first step, we increased the budget to about $500 million, but with those additional measures to make sure that we protected small businesses and made sure that they were eligible for the program, we increased the budget to $575 million of support. That was what we budgeted in there. As far as what is to date, this program, again, people can apply all the way through to the end of March, so it's still a real program out there eligible for Albertans. As of March 12th, 63,158 grants have been made, and these are to organizations that employ over 260,000 Albertans. And the total amount that's been issued to date is $438,866,261.85, and that's as of March 12th. So we're going to continue to process those applications as they come in to make sure that we can continue to get that support out there. The average turnaround time from application to money going out the door is about 10 days' time. So when I do give credit to the department for the efficiency of their program, when you contrast that with other programs that were launched in British Columbia and other jurisdictions, I would put the efficiency of this program, support's going out the door, dollar for dollar efficiency-wise against any program in the country. So it really is a credit to the team behind the scenes that got that job done, as well as with support from Service Alberta. Service Alberta built that back-end support to make sure that the program, the online intake system was efficient, so it's a credit to them. As far as going forward, and you mentioned what are the ongoing supports going to look like, we developed the Enhanced COVID-19 Business Benefit, and this is the program that's going to start in April. So that, again, that's not a part of this initiative here today is what we're dealing with. We had the benefit of thousands upon thousands of applications. We looked at the data, who is going to be the most severely impacted, as well as with our 4-stage reopening plan. I know people in this room know that we're in step 2 right now. Hopefully we can get to step 3 here soon. We knew those businesses that were in step 4, so when you're thinking about the hospitality sector, you're thinking about the event industry, you're thinking about the people that are impacted the most, we wanted to make sure that we had additional support for them, so we brought in place the Enhanced COVID-19 Business Benefit for up to an additional $10,000 for them. But again, that's for April, so that's beyond the scope of what we're talking about here today.
Well, Member for Edmonton Beverly Clareview.
Thank you, Minister, for those responses. I appreciate it. I do as well, or I will as well, offer my thanks and congratulations to your department staff. A 10-day turnaround is commendable, and on behalf of businesses, I know that they appreciate that. Minister, I might have missed the number, and I apologize. I know you just said it. You talked about 438, but I'm curious of the 373. Should the Assembly pass that dollar amount today in supply, how much of that has been committed, or is that the overall forecast to cover until March 31st, or are you doing a bit of a projecting?
The Honourable Minister.
Yeah, and to that point, the $575 million that we've budgeted overall for the program till the end of March, that includes submissions that are happening today. So that includes kind of that forecast out. The number that I quoted to you, the $438 million in change, that amount, it relates to the amounts that have actually been distributed. So there's a 10-day lag from when applications go in, historically, to money going out the door. So the number that we quoted to you is the funds that have actually gone out. So right now, the checks that are being distributed would be from early March. So we're going to continue to process those as they come in and make sure that we account for it. So we have estimated that we $575 million for the whole program. We want to make sure that we have that budget room to get those funds out the door.
The Honourable Member.
Thank you, Minister, for that clarification. Appreciate it. I'm curious to know, and I don't know if, Minister, if you'll have this, or through you, Madam Chair, to the Minister, if he'll have this stat available. I'm just curious to know if the Minister has the number of businesses, total number of businesses that did qualify for that allotment, and if the Minister has access to the number of businesses that did not qualify. And I'm curious, I've been asked this by a number of businesses, not only let's look at how many qualified, but how many were unsuccessful in attaining this support?
The Honourable Minister.
As far as the grants that have been issued to date, 63,158 grants have gone out to organizations, small and medium enterprises that qualified for support. So again, that number is 63,158 small and medium enterprises from across Alberta. That does include some not-for-profits as well that are eligible for the program, as you're aware, for the eligibility criteria. So we want to make sure that we continue there. I don't have the number of the full number of applications, but we can always follow up if you have further submissions afterwards. We can always follow up and get you those details as well.
The Honourable Member.
Thank you very much, Minister. No, that's great. I appreciate the offer. I really do, and we'll see if there are other questions in the duration of this supply estimates that we'll look for a follow-up from your ministry to the House. And so that is one that we would appreciate receiving. And so does the Minister, do you have a breakdown by sector? Again, this may be going a little into the weeds, but industry has been asking for, a bit of an idea on if you can paint the picture of how many companies would fit into oil and gas, how many in our agricultural space, how many, I don't even know if you have the number, Minister, on sole proprietors, but whatever breakdown you can share, please.
The Honourable Minister.
Yeah, and on this front here, and this will hopefully provide a little bit of context, and we can, again, follow up and I can dig a little bit to see what other information could be available on this front. But when we were taking a look at classifying supports, other jurisdictions based some support for industry depending on whether or not they're in the tourism industry or different sectors. The challenge, and we explored some of those options saying, okay, should we go down this path? The problem is that the tourism sector is broad, as you know. Like small businesses from restaurants to hotels to dog sleds, a whole bunch of different things can follow into the tourism industry. So when we designed our supports, we took a look more at the holistic parameters of revenue loss. So that's why with the relaunch grant, it's a 30% revenue decline. When we designed the enhanced COVID-19 business benefit, it was based off of more impacted revenue declines as well as how much support you were receiving from federal and provincial programs for the enhanced COVID-19 business benefit. So we took a look at that in kind of more of a broader stroke to make sure that we didn't miss businesses that were impacted by the pandemic. We didn't want to try to come up with rough parameters and then eliminate a company that should have properly qualify for supports, just based off of broad definitions. As you include or not include a particular definition, that's where the lawyers get involved and you get into arguments as to whether or not a company should or should not be in it. So we didn't break it down that way. We did break it down broadly. But again, I'm happy to search with our department to do some follow-up again if you'd like further breakdowns off of all the impacted companies. I will identify in particular, though we are aware that the tourism industry in particular, depends how you define the tourism industry, but we know that they've been impacted dramatically in our province during this pandemic.
The Honourable Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Minister. No, absolutely, and I appreciate the fact that your approach was looking at how you can help all companies, regardless of sector, to make it as broad as possible. I mean, the interesting thing or challenge is that I've been hearing directly from the tourism industry saying, we're hit harder than anybody else. We should have additional supports, or why aren't there sector specific? Now, I appreciate what you just said is one of the challenges. How do you define the tourism sector? Where does it start and where does it end? But I know that I was talking with business owners last week of live venues who have been shut for 10 out of the 12 months. And so one of their concerns was accessing the new tranche of money. I appreciate that starts April 1st. That's in the new budget, not sub-supply. But because they've been accessing every dollar the government's made available, because they've been shut in for 10 out of 12 months, they're concerned they're not going to be able to access the new additional supports. And again, they've survived this long in the pandemic. We know that we see a light at the end of the tunnel. We need these businesses to survive. I mean, these are the backbone of our province. And so I guess the question, and I will move into tourism because that is a very, very critical funding. So we'll talk about the $8 million in a moment. But was there a sector analysis done, or I know that you know this, Minister, that the tourism sector was hit the hardest. Is there any discussion around additional supports for those that are struggling that may need additional support above and beyond businesses not within that broad scope?
The Honourable Minister.
So, and again, some of this is within my department, some of it is outside of my department. We did put in place the tourism levy abatement as well, which was about $34 million of support to industry. We put the $8 million into the destination management organizations from across Alberta to support the tourism industry. And again, this is a bit beyond the scope of what we're talking about here today, but in addition to that, we've put another $22 million into the Travel Alberta budget for the upcoming fiscal year. And the strategy behind that is we want to have the bounce back in the tourism industry as fast as possible. We know that where they're reliant on flights coming into Alberta, where they're reliant on events, they're reliant on making sure we can get that done. So we really want to make sure that as we go forward, we have that bounce back as fast as possible. But in this budget as well, in this current fiscal year, we had the tourism levy abatement. We had many deferrals as well early on in the pandemic. There were the rent supports. Before we had clarity as well from the new federal program. So there's federal supports for rent, federal supports for wages as well. So when we took a look at future supports, that's why we took into consideration some.
It's just a 20-minute timer reminder. Would you like to continue? Yes, honourable member.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Minister. I do appreciate sharing our time and going back and forth. It I think leads to a very robust conversation. But I do I do, in all sincerity, Minister, appreciate having this conversation. So let's talk a little bit about the $8 million for the destination marketing. Now, I know recently that's been a new focus. I don't want to call it a new mandate of Travel Alberta, but a new focus of Travel Alberta. And so I'm curious to know, in all sincerity, if this $8 million is only being approved today, how is Travel Alberta going to deploy this $8 million in the course of the next couple of weeks? And if you could provide a bit of a breakdown in detail on how that $8 million will be spent.
The Honourable Minister.
Yeah, so these funds they're for the Calgary, Edmonton, Banff, Jasper, and Canmore, the organizations that are there locally developing tourism opportunities in those regions of Alberta. It was brought to our attention by these organizations that they were facing significant fiscal pressure due to the drop in tourism and how they collect their revenue and support from industry. Industry was already facing immense pressures in the tourism industry that they rely on for their funding. So this $8 million of support goes directly to those organizations on the ground to keep them afloat so that they can be there when we need them as we come out of the pandemic. It's designed to be there at that level. Further funding next year for tourism, for Travel Alberta, is for prospective development. That additional $22 million in the budget is for future additional. This $8 million is for those five destination marketing organizations here in Alberta.
The Honourable Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So to clarify, the dollars, the $8 million, are going to the five local organizations. I don't know, Minister, if you're able to list them just for our viewers at home paying attention. And do we know how, are these dollars being used for operations or to service debt or for staffing contingents? Is it to develop promotional materials? Is it actual destination development, so site development? Or how, do you know how these five entities are deploying the $8 million?
The Honourable Minister.
So, I mean, the decisions on the ground are left to the individual organizations, but when we, working with Travel Alberta and working with these organizations, and for the benefit of people at home, we've got Calgary, Edmonton, Banff, Jasper, and Canmore are the destinations that received the support through the $8 million. And those organizations some of them were on the brink of whether or not they were going to be solvent. And some of them were facing whether or not they could pay their bills and survive going forward to the other side of the pandemic. So we thought that it was prudent, making sure, because knowing that the thousands upon thousands of jobs in the tourism industry are reliant on organizations like this, generating interest, helping to create that experience for people across the world that come to our province to enjoy Alberta from a tourism destination, that we need them on the ground to be there to help us with the bounce back, to get thousands of people back to work. So that's why we made that investment. The tourism industry, as you know, has been impacted dramatically in our province. Some hotels, their bookings were down, down to 10% of their regular level. So that also impacts and has a flow-through impact to these 5 organizations that are there on the ground. So we wanted to be there to support them, to make sure that they're there, part of our recovery plan as it relates to tourism, and also ultimately getting to success. You know, as we work towards our 2030 strategy to double revenue in the tourism industry, we need organizations like this on the ground partnering with Travel Alberta for the future, and this is there to help get them through to the other side.
The honourable member.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Okay, no, I appreciate that. I was looking for, I'm assuming then that it's going to Tourism Calgary, Tourism Edmonton, Tourism Banff. Okay, I wasn't sure if there was, we know that there are a variety of organizations that provide additional support, promotion, et cetera, if it was going to those entities. And I appreciate the fact that they're in a position where they just need to stay afloat. And that is completely understandable. I do also appreciate the fact that there is much work that needs to be done to regain our numbers in the tourism sector, especially post-pandemic. As we've spoken, Minister, I think there's a significant opportunity to really promote and develop our tourism sector here in Alberta, especially as we see a light at the end of the tunnel when it comes to COVID, but we know that our international tourism is not going to come back overnight. It's going to take time, it's going to take work, and I think there's a real opportunity within the Canadian marketplace to bring tourists here to Alberta. We know we have incredible opportunities, and so my final follow-up on this is, does the Minister know, through you, Madam Chair, if the entities are using any of this money to help further develop destinations? I appreciate much of it is for keeping them afloat, and if the answer is no, that's okay too. It's not a criticism. I'm just curious if any of it will be used for destination management or development.
The honourable minister.
Yeah, as far as the funds that are flowing through here, all of these organizations have their own individual budgets they would have for any given year. Given the impact into their revenue line, these funds were required to help keep these organizations afloat and whole so they could be sustainable for the bounce back. Again, we left it to the organizations to determine how best to utilize the funds for their organization as they prepare for the future of their different strategies for the different regions of the province. We didn't want to get into the micromanaging of saying, thou shalt do A, B, and C with these funds. It's there to support them through this. We knew in working with them the immense amount of fiscal pressure that they were under as organizations. This is really there to help provide them with the assistance they need to continue providing the amazing services they do across our province.
Honourable member.
I'd like to turn the remainder of my time over to my colleague, the MLA for Edmonton Meadow West Henday. Close.
It's contagious. The honourable member for Edmonton West Henday, would you like to combine your time with the minister?
I would appreciate a back and forth if possible, Madam Chair. Wonderful, thank you. And just to start, the first few of my questions, if not all of them, will be regarding the critical worker benefit, so I appreciate having the opportunity here today. Now, today the minister is asking us to appropriate a large amount of money for the critical worker benefit, but as this program rolled out, we saw some major flaws. First of all, the timelines. But to the minister, can you tell us first why it took you 280 days to get this program up and running, and by the time you pressed go on this program, more than 250,000 frontline workers in British Columbia had already received a check. So what was the holdup? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Labour and Immigration.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As already discussed in this House and during estimates, we wanted to work with our other departments and design a program that would work for Alberta and recognizing the special needs of Albertans. We spent a number of months working through that, and we put in place this program, and very pleased that we now have a program that sort of recognizes the tremendous efforts done by Albertans, particularly during the second wave of the pandemic, where we recognize those who are providing assistance and critical services to Albertans, including those in healthcare, those in social services, those in education. As well, we also recognize those employees who are in the private sector who are providing working during the pandemic, giving it their all, supporting our distribution systems for the supply of medicine and the supply of food. So very pleased that we actually got this program up and running, and we are in the process of putting $1,200, the lump sum payment, into the pockets of Albertans right now. And I'd also like to add this, that there's some complexity associated with this program, because we made a decision to try to limit the administrative costs associated with this, to try to get it quickly and efficiently into the pockets of Albertans. So this program includes not only a distribution to the private sector, which is through my department, Labor and Immigration, but there's also distribution through a number, and you can see this in the estimates, through a number of other departments, to health, for example, children's services, community and social services, where they are providing direct contributions to organizations with whom they have agreements to be able to get the money into the pockets of those who are providing these services, to do that quickly and efficiently through employers who actually have the information, and not only information in terms of the hours worked, but also have the information in terms of their bank accounts, and they can flow directly through to them. And so we took some time to be able to set that up, and the program is now running and getting the dollars out the door to say thank you to critical workers who gave it their all during the pandemic.
Honourable Member for Edmonton West Henday.
Thank you, Minister, for that answer. And I just have to take a moment to reflect. And the Minister just spoke about one of the complexities being how to move forward and get this money in the pockets of these frontline workers in a timely fashion and as quickly as possible. Yet, once again, we had to wait, or these workers had to wait 280 days. So I find that hard to believe that that was one of the holdups or considerations, or maybe we would have seen this move forward faster. Now, once again, while Albertans waited 280 days in many instances, they were hoping for a reasonable plan that would include many workers who have actually been left out. One specific sector looking at nonprofit workers. Now, why does this government not seem to value those nonprofit workers, so many of them which have been on the front lines of this pandemic, yet now, based on the criteria for your program, do not qualify for this important benefit? What would you say to those workers who are feeling like they're being left behind by your government? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Labour and Immigration.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What I would say is, and I'd want to put this on the record, and we did this a couple of weeks ago, but I want to state it again here for the House, is that nonprofit workers are included in the program. Right, there was, as I indicated before, we have a number of delivery mechanisms for this particular program. Our department, Labor and Immigration, was responsible for the delivery to the private sector, including grocery store clerks and those working in meatpacking, transportation industry, also those working in medical clinics and pharmacies. So we were responsible for that. But other departments were responsible for directly providing funding to not-for-profit organizations, which were always intended to be part of the program. Literally hundreds of organizations and thousands of workers in the not-for-profit sector are receiving these benefits right now. I'll just give you a few examples. Woods Homes, the Ben Calf Robe Society, Family Connections, Kids Cottage, the Crisis Nursery, Hall Services, Catholic Social Services, New Horizons Group Home, McMahon Youth. These are just to name but a few of not-for-profit organizations that are receiving this funding. Madam Chair, the critical worker benefit was always intended for not-for-profits. They are included in the program. The delivery mechanism is just different than what is for the private sector, because there's already relationships and funding mechanisms in place for these, and they're being distributed through other line departments to make that happen, and basically to be more efficient in terms of delivery of the monies to these individuals, so we can actually provide more monies to individuals, to Albertans, and to say thank you for their tremendous work during the pandemic.
The Honourable Member.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and once again, thank you to the Minister. And, you know, I just have to reflect on many of the correspondence, or much of the correspondence that I've received through my office, and indeed the critic for this important portfolio and program have as well. And the fact is, while the Minister took a moment to name off maybe a few nonprofits who have been included, there is many more who feel that they have been left out. And so they want to know why, once again, this minister has prioritized certain groups of frontline workers over others. And once again, to that minister, from what we can tell, it seems that it is a higher priority for this government to fund a $30 million war room, and I think it's very relevant looking back on some of the conversations that have happened this week. And a war room that is trending for all of the wrong reasons, instead of including nonprofit workers in this critical worker benefit or other opportunities to support them through other programs. So why, in your capacity as the minister, didn't you go to the finance minister and Treasury Board and demand that this government gets the program right, gets its priorities straight, and spends these funds on frontline healthcare heroes, as opposed to, once again, picking a fight against a children's cartoon about a fictitious character with magical powers? Why weren't you having these important conversations instead of wasting your time on this ridiculousness that we've seen this week? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Chair, to be clear, just as I indicated in my previous answer, not-for-profits are included in this program. Hundreds of not-for-profit organizations, thousands of employees. So the assertions being made by the honourable member opposite are simply quite unfounded and incorrect. And I do appreciate, and our government appreciates, the work that all Albertans have done during this pandemic. As you may know, Madam Speaker, more than 80% of Alberta workers continue to work through the pandemic. They were deemed essential services and continue to work that. And we wanted to recognize those who were providing critical services. Like all provinces, there is an envelope of funding that was provided by the federal government, the $465 million up to that amount, and the provincial government was also contributing to make that amount $118 million. And so when we took a look at this funding, and we wanted to recognize those who were doing critical work for us, that includes those providing frontline services in healthcare, including our nurses, and those are doing swabs, and those who are supporting our hospitals in acute care throughout all of the frontline workers in our hospitals and acute care, particularly recognizing the challenges that were before us and we had to respond to given the second wave. In addition, those who are providing services to our most vulnerable, seniors in long-term care facilities, and as well as to children in congregate care and those with disabilities in congregate care, including low-wage workers in education. And then in addition to that, not only did we recognize these public and quasi-public workers as part of the critical worker benefit program, we also recognize those workers, as I indicated previously, that were coming to work every day, providing support for our supply chains, both in food and medicine. We deemed that critically important. But I understand and I want to thank all the workers who continue to work throughout the pandemic, which was 80% of our overall workforce, and we thank them for going to work and continuing to provide services that Albertans need and rely upon during the pandemic.
The Honourable Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And before I move on here, I just reflect on the comments that we've heard so far from the minister, and I appreciate him taking the opportunity to speak to us today. But I would once again ask, as it relates to the allocation of resources that is being requested here before us today, as the minister responsible for the critical worker benefit, do you believe that you have done a good job with this rollout, or that your government has, and specifically with the fact that you've taken an extra, or not an extra, but have taken such a long time, 280 days, do you think that you've actually done a better job because of how long you've taken? Because I have to question that. I think that there's a lot of workers who would have appreciated seeing this program move forward in a more timely fashion. So do you have any reservations about the time it took to move this forward, this program forward?
The Honourable Minister.
So I want to once again thank my sister departments for getting this money out the door to not-for-profit organizations, Alberta Health Services. This money is being distributed as we speak, and we are watching as the money gets distributed. In terms of, for my own department, because you recognize there's multiple channels that through which we're distributing this money, by my own department to private sector, our turnaround time is not quite as good as the Minister of Jobs, the Economy and Innovation, 10 days. We're more 14 days in terms of being able to, once we get an application in, doing a review and getting out the door. But I applaud the work that's being done by my department in terms of in terms of receiving the applications. And again, we were relying upon, in terms of doing this, working with colleagues through our Alberta portal system, make an application to try to keep it streamlined as possible, efficient as possible, and basically get the $1,200 into the pockets of Albertans.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton West End.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just while we're on the topic of seeing these dollars administered and the systems that were used to do that, roughly $200,000 has been earmarked for IT system improvements in your ministry, but the critical worker benefit, that was, once again, 280 days late, already had a security breach. So to the Minister of Labour, how was the vendor selected? Was it a sole source contract? And what are you doing to hold people accountable for those failures?
The Honourable Minister of Labour and Immigration.
So as indicated previously, Madam Chair, our government is committed to ensuring personal information remains secure and protected once it reaches a government server. And as soon as the government of Alberta was aware a couple of weeks ago that there was a technical issue, we took immediate action. We temporarily shut down the portal, and then we quickly resolved it, get it back up and running, so applications could be made again. And I just want to ensure this House and all Albertans that we are taking every step possible, including working with the Privacy Commissioner and Service Alberta to make sure that nothing like this happens again. All affected employees will be contacted as soon as possible, or sorry, have been contacted, and we can confirm that we provided a credit monitoring to affected employees to ensure the protection of their identity and personal information and credit. And we are continuing to work with Service Alberta on this issue and they've assured us that this technical issue is addressed and will not be happening again. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Honourable members, it's a second block of 20 minutes. Honourable member, would you just like to proceed with sharing time?
That would be appreciated.
The
Thank you,
Honourable
Madam
Member for
Chair.
Edmonton West End.
Thank you. Now, I'm going to repeat that question because, unfortunately, while the Minister gave us an answer, it wasn't any answer to any of the questions that I had asked. So, one more time, based on the failures of the administration of this IT system, how was the vendor selected? Was there an expression of interest? Was it a sole source contract? And finally, if you can explain how many people were affected. You had mentioned that the ministry had reached out to the people who had been affected. Can you tell us exactly how many people were affected by that? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So in regards to the final question, number of people, there is a potential of just approximately 225 individuals whose information could have been seen. And I just want to clarify this, is that we can confirm that the information was not accessed or shared outside of the portal, and that the individuals who could have seen it were other employers who were actually applying to this, but we can confirm that that wasn't accessed by the portal. But there was a potential for those 200 or so individuals that their information could have seen, and we have subsequently reached out to it. In regards to the process by which the portal was built, we worked with Service in Alberta in terms of building the portal on their platform, and they leveraged their contacts and outside vendors to be able to do that type of work as is typical that Service Alberta will do.
The Honourable Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate that answer. Just finally here, maybe one final question for myself, and we'll move on for now. But during the main estimates, the Minister of Labour couldn't answer how many contractors were working on the critical worker benefit, but now he's asking again for an additional appropriation to fund this program. So to the Minister of Labour, how many contracts are currently working on this program? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
So thank you, Madam Chair. So in the meeting, I provided a brief number, and the reason why I wanted to get back to, which we are actually writing a memo which will be provided to the chair based on the estimates. That's just not quite completed yet, but should be within the next couple of days, is because the information that the way is provided is done on a full-time equivalent basis, and of course this is a short-term program, so the question that was being asked by your colleague was, what were the total number working? So approximately there are 115 staff currently working to deliver the critical worker benefit for labor and immigration. This consists of both temporary employees and existing staff who are temporarily redeployed to assist with that program.
Honourable member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate once again the opportunity to ask some of these questions. I think that we will have more regarding this important program, but for now, I would like to pass the remainder of my time to the member from Calgary-McCall. Thank you.
The member for Calgary-McCall, would you also like to share your time?
Sure.
All right, there is 16 minutes and 30 seconds remaining.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and some general comments that in last 3 budgets, we hear every day that how the government will spend responsibly, and that's pillar of their this year budget as well. But here we are, that government is asking for $1.3 billion, pretty much blank check with very limited information. And as long as this money is going to protecting Albertan health and creating jobs for Albertan, we certainly support that. But the thing is that they're asking for more money at a time when we have a debt of almost $100 billion, deficit, 3 straight deficits of $12 billion, $24.2 billion, and $18 billion, but they still continue to spend on things like energy war room, energy inquiry, and those kind of things. And that's deeply concerning that at a time that we have so much debt, our economy is not doing that well, that we are not looking at opportunities to save. And instead, we are asking Albertan for more money and putting a further drag on the province and adding to the debt. And there is some discussion already about small and medium-sized business enterprise, business relaunch. And certainly those who receive that support, they appreciate, but there are some who were left out. I think I have raised that question earlier in Minister of Treasury, Board and Finance. In his remarks, he talked about that relaunch was for those businesses who were asked to shut down. And the question we have asked about, for instance, cab industry, they were not asked by this government to shut down. So just a clarifying question. So they do not qualify for that relaunch grant. Can Minister of Finance, Minister of Jobs or Labor, anyone can confirm that?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs, Economy and Innovation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think this question was raised in question period yesterday. One of the things that we made sure that we did with the relaunch grant was allow for sole proprietors to be able to become eligible for the program. And we know that many people that are in cabs, as well as ride-sharing organizations like Uber and others fall into the sole proprietor category versus incorporated entities. So we did make changes to the relaunch grant to be able to allow for sole proprietors to be eligible. That was a change that came into effect where people could apply in February of this year. Again, it is based off of the revenue impacts to the businesses and health orders that are there as well. Again, in this area here, it's designed for people that have been impacted by health measures here. Gladly look into this further if you have constituents as well that have been impacted, that have had struggled to access different supports. Gladly follow up as well. We do have a few more weeks here of eligible applications that could come through. Sometimes as well as just more walking people through the process as well on our end. Happy to follow up with you. I know you've raised it passionately in the House and other places. Happy to follow up. I know we've had it raised by a few of our other members on our side as well. Happy to take a look at it to see what we can do to help make sure we have supports for the businesses that have been impacted during this pandemic.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-McCall.
So just a quick clarifying question. So the mandatory nature of government asking them to shut down remains a criteria to qualify for that. Is that true?
The Honourable Minister.
Another very short question. As it relates to this, the parameters do have businesses that are impacted by health measures. We can, again, if there's anything specific to individual business, we've been doing this in real time throughout the pandemic. We initially, when we launched this was early on in the pandemic. We noticed halfway through, or as we got into the second wave, that we had to make transitional changes for businesses that started up during the pandemic. Again, we've been working closely with industry representatives, the restaurants industry, the hospitality sector, other organizations to make sure that the relaunch grant is designed in a way for people to access it. If there is a further gap, happy to take a look at it to make sure that businesses that have been impacted during the health measures are supported. I know that particularly as relates to our airports, a lot of the people require transportation to and from airports. There's lots of impact that can happen there. Happy to take a look at it. It is designed, not industry specific. It's designed there to be kind of more of a holistic program that just says health, impacted by health measures. Here's your revenue decline, eligibility, and get the funds out the door. Which we've tried to design it in a streamlined way as possible. But again, happy to take a look at it in further detail if you have more specifics that you want to go through with constituents or other people to take a look at it, see if there is a potential gap. Happy to take a look at it as well.
The Honourable Member.
Thank you, Minister. Sure. I would really appreciate if you can look into it because the constituents I spoke to, they are sole proprietors, contractors when they drive cabs. And what they are telling me is that one of the requirements is that you have to be asked by the government to shut down, and then you qualify, and based on that criteria, they do not qualify, and I would appreciate if you look into it. I also note that there is a large amount of money that's being appropriated here for critical worker benefit. We do know that government took a while to roll that benefit out, almost 280 days. And by the time this government asked for that benefit, in comparison, like British Columbia has distributed it almost to 250,000 residents. So we are far behind in that distribution. So question I have is whether government will be able to distribute all that money, give all that money to those who qualify before the end of this month. That's a question for Minister of Labour.
The Minister of Labour and Immigration.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the Honourable Member for the question. Yeah, we are working right now to distribute the money as indicated previously. We have multiple distribution mechanisms through line departments such as health, children's services, community and social services, and also through labor and immigration. And in labor and immigration, we're receiving applications right now. We're getting out the door. Similarly, health also has a separate distribution mechanism to private sector health organizations, and so that is up and running. And our intention is to be able to get all the money out the door by the end of this fiscal year, and it's being distributed as we speak right now, and my understanding is we're on track.
The Honourable Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I will cede my time to my colleague, MLA, critic for culture and status of women.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Castle Downs, would you like to share the remaining time?
Yes, please.
All right, just have under 8 minutes.
Thank
Please
you.
go ahead.
So my questions are for the Minister of Culture, Multiculturalism and Status of Women. I only have a few questions. So on the top of page 4 of the request for supplementary supply, we see that the 3 Treasury Board decisions. Can the Minister give a quick 30-second summary of each Treasury Board decision in the documents, specifically 98-2020, 145-2020, and 182-2021?
The Honourable Minister of Culture, Multiculturalism and the Status of Women.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So we're really honored to be here today. I want to thank our Head of Treasury Board for the opportunity to be able to be here to ask for extra dollars, especially for a sector that has been hit so hard. They were the first ones to go down and possibly, quite possibly, will be the last to come back up again along with the tourism sector. The sections that the member is talking about is specifically related to the stabilized program. So stabilized program came out of a need, well, we saw part of our sector, and as we had spoken about this in estimates last night, is a sector that has a lot of taxpayer dollars that have already gone into them. Pieces of infrastructure that are sitting idle at this point in time. Many of them also are required to have people in their venues in order to be able to carry through at this point in time. Further to that point, many of the for-profit sectors and those that are in the arts and culture sports sectors are very reliant on many of these venues. So if we're talking, so the three pieces that you're talking about are specifically around rodeos, around the live sector experiences, and then around some of the larger venues. And so I can give you, if you'd like, I can send you a bit more detailed information about that. I'd be happy to do that. But the most important pieces around this, why we're here, is because the sector was impacted so deeply, to make sure that those venues have this space to keep their heads above water, because if they go under, if these pieces of infrastructure, and again, like I'd mentioned before, millions and millions, actually potentially billions of taxpayer dollars have gone into these, we wanted to make sure that they had some funds to keep their heads above water up until the point that hopefully we're all back together, sitting in those seats and watching live performances, football games, hockey, everything that makes this province a beautiful place to live and to function. So in terms of what we're providing in this particular, what we've asked for at this point is $17 million. So $12 million of that will be going directly into the stabilized program. And then we have a $5 million stabilization it's a way to be able to leverage those dollars for dollar matching. So it's from a minimum of $250,000 up to $1 million. And actually it was really amazing. The very first day that we brought the program forward, the Wind Spear was able to raise $1 million almost immediately. So it was a really well-received program, and it's an important way to be able to look at the sector right now, to be able to stretch our dollars to the best of our ability. So we're really hoping that that $5 million will translate into more dollars into the sector. And so I think that probably the most important thing at this point in time is we have to make sure that these venues are available to our sector, to our wonderful artists, musicians, people that are promoters of culture. I think what ends up happening a lot of times is people forget what a cultural hub Alberta is. I think we were talking about this last night, is that we're very sorely underfunded for the arts from the federal government. So we fought really, really hard for dollars that are going to come into, hopefully, so that the East understands and respects the cultural hub that Alberta is. So hopefully these dollars will be able to help sustain these organizations and keep them going, so that in the next few months, as we vaccinate, get ourselves healthy, and get ourselves back together, we will be able to join each other at these venues. Hopefully we'll all be running all over the place to put our dollars back into these concert halls and get those bums back in the seats. Thank you.
The Honourable Member.
Thank you very much to the Chair, and thank you, Minister, for that response. So further to the stabilized program, in the 2021 year, you stated that you're providing $22 million for the stabilized program. Then in this upcoming budget, $15 million. Will this $15 million include supports for the organizations in that sector that were specifically ineligible for the $22 million in supports already announced? And then, as you've talked about, and we talked about yesterday evening in estimates, we talked about the importance of being able to support live music, venues, landmark cultural events. And like you mentioned, these industries have been hit the hardest with the public health measures. And so I'm curious if there's anything being done to make sure that all of those that actually need the supports are going to be eligible to have access to them, if the criteria has changed along with this additional funding.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. It's a great question. So the dollars that are going out right now in the initial stabilized program are for the ones that we've spoken about. So they're particularly, and again, I'm happy to send you the list of what that looks like. We're still assessing on some of the other organizations that we talked about last night, for-profit organizations, for-profit musicians. We still have a lot of consultations that we have to do to assess and see where further dollars will go. But specific to this budget and specifically why we're here, those dollars, and if you're wondering about the 22 million, we leveraged another 5 million from our ministry at this point in time to help with that stabilized program. So that's where that extra money is coming from. And then we were able to receive some from Treasury Board in order to help us out. So the dollars from Treasury Board are new dollars. But we were able to leverage dollars from within the ministry, which we're really proud of to have been able to put towards the stabilized, because honestly, at this point in time, this is about being flexible and understanding that initially what your budgets are going to go to when you are in the middle of COVID and in the middle of an economic crisis, you have to be flexible and be able to put those dollars where they're needed. So as we go forward, other dollars that are coming forward, I'd be happy to discuss that. But with respect to the dollars that are here, it is directed to those organizations right now.
Member.
On page 1415, the Sport and Cultural Event Relaunch Program, I'm assuming that this program is referring to the stabilized program?
Yeah. Sure, question, yes.
The honourable member. Thank you. So the fiscal plan on page 115, it stated that the stabilized program will provide up to 37 million over the 2021 and 21-22 budget years. The breakdown of that is 22 million for 2021. So to get that 22 million for this program, we need to add up the 14.7 million being requested in the supplementary supply and the 5 million appropriated through Treasury Board Decision 182/2021. Noted on page 4 of the supplementary supply documents, which you made reference to. Where do we find record of this decision, and why did you choose to appropriate those funds through Treasury Board decision as opposed to one of the 2 supplementary bills that have been seen in this House?
Well, Minister, in 17 seconds.
So thank you. Supplementary supply, the entire reason for that is to be able to apply for extra dollars because of the situation that is going on in our ministry right now. So that's why we made that application to Treasury Board. Thank you.
The honourable member for 3 seconds. Honourable members, that concludes our first hour of supplementary supply for members of the official opposition. We will now proceed to a 20-minute block for members of the government caucus. I see the honourable member for Livingstone McLeod. Would you like to share your time?
Would love to share the time with the minister.
Wonderful. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Frequently, we've heard the Minister of Finance describe the current economic situation in Alberta as a triple black swan event, which includes the downturn in oil prices, the COVID-19 pandemic, and the economic downturn as a result of worldwide lockdowns. This understandably has caused a dramatic change in the province's finances and accordingly a substantive increase in the request for supplementary supply. Through you, Chair, to the Minister of Finance, can you please describe how this triple black swan event has impacted our provincial revenues and our provincial spending?
The Honourable Minister of Finance and President of Treasury Board.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and to the member for the question. Because the pandemic and the resulting economic crash has had a great impact on the province's revenues. In fact, for the current year that we're in, the impact is just under $8 billion in terms of the decline of revenues as we're projecting here in Q3. So that would be almost $3 billion in terms of resource revenue reduction. Almost $2 billion or around $2 billion in corporate tax revenue reduction, and approximately $1.5 billion in personal income tax revenue reduction. Almost every line in the Alberta government's income statement in terms of revenues was reduced as a result of the pandemic and the great economic collapse. In terms of expenses, we have necessarily had to increase expenses to deal with the pandemic. Firstly, to ensure that health was adequately resourced. We've allocated an additional $2 billion to health so that AHS and health in general can deal with the challenges of the pandemic. We've allocated an additional $3.8 billion for economic relief and economic recovery, again, given the great challenge that the pandemic has posed to Alberta businesses and to individuals right across this province. One thing I do want to point out is that, again, as we projected in Q3 as a result of our budget 2021 process, our Q3 report would indicate that our operating expenses, if you exclude our COVID response and our economic relief and recovery response, our operating expenses were actually $500 million lower than budget. And that was almost across ministries, as ministries continue to work to deliver more efficiently. And that's not insignificant, again, relative to the fact, or with reference to the fact that we inherited a government spending trajectory that was increasing by 4% per year, even though revenues were remaining flat.
The Honourable Member for Livingstone-Macleod.
I'd like to cede the rest of my time to my colleague from Lacombe-Panoka, please.
The Honourable Member for Lacombe-Panoka.
As is well known by now, the former NDP government entered into a disastrous crude by rail contract that this government has spent the last couple of years trying to clean up. This government was in the final stages of extracting Albertans from this disastrous program and minimizing the impact of the reckless investment that had on taxpayers. But when COVID-19 hit, it put things off the rails, so to speak. So I now see on page 22 of the supplementary supply documents that Energy is requesting $274.8 million for crude by rail contractual obligations that are still following us. So can the Minister of Energy explain how these $274 million will be used to fix the previous NDP government's mess, and what sort of long-term savings we're looking at by actually ending this program? Thank you.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And to the member for the question, it's a very pertinent question relative to supplementary supply. It's a very pertinent question that I think Albertans will be interested in. Firstly, we had inherited commitments and obligations from the previous government with respect to crude by rail. And as we had committed during the campaign, when we took office, we immediately worked to assign those contracts and that capacity to the private sector where it belonged originally, so that we could reduce the risk, in fact, extricate Albertans from the risk of crude by rail. That risk was very significant. We worked hard to assign those contracts, and at March 31st, 2020, we had deals on all of those contracts and obligations, although there was a number of those arrangements weren't fully completed. The contracts weren't fully assigned. And so while we were very successful in assigning a significant amount of our crude by rail obligations, there were some contracts that weren't fully assigned. And so the request in supplementary supply is required so that we can continue to meet our contractual obligations with respect to crude by rail. At the same time, we're working hard to assign those contracts onto the private sector. Unfortunately, right now, because of the significant drop in energy prices that we experienced earlier this year, and the remaining very narrow differential, that differential is defined as the difference in price between West Texas Intermediate prices and Western Canadian Select prices. Because of that narrow differential, these crude by rail contracts really have very little value today, but APMC continues to work hard, Energy continues to work hard to assign those contracts. In the meantime, we're meeting our obligations, the obligations that we inherited from the previous government. But I do want to add, the total commitment in those obligations was $3.7 billion, Madam Chair, to move 120,000 barrels per day for a mere 2 years. And at the same time, the government in place at the time, which were the members opposite, brought in a competing policy measure called curtailment. And if curtailment would be successful, it would categorically mean that the crude by rail commitments and investment would be a massive money loser. And that's exactly what has happened. It was predictable, Madam Chair. That has been the result of what I would suggest was a very irresponsible commitment by the members opposite. risking $3.7 billion to move 120,000 barrels per day for a mere 24 months.
The Honourable Member for Lacombe-Panoka.
The MLA Guthrie.
The Honourable Member, I'll just caution the use of names in this assembly. The Honourable Member for Airdrie Cochrane.
Thank you. Oil and gas companies have been hit hard by the triple crisis that our province is facing, namely the COVID-19 pandemic, a massive global recession, and the unprecedented collapse in energy prices. As we know, Alberta's oil and gas sector is vitally important for jobs and economic growth in this province. The success of our energy sector impacts our ability to fund healthcare, education, and social programs. This is also why it is frustrating that we have to focus resources into repairing the reckless mistakes of the previous NDP government, and why fiscal responsibility and finding savings in our budget are so important. Page 22 mentions that $170 million have been made available from lower than budgeted expenses in some other programs, which page 24 identifies as line items climate change and economic recovery, which will also be applied to the crude by rail contractual obligations. So, can the Minister of Finance explain the lower than budgeted expenses in these line items and how applying them to market access, the market access line item that is, will help to clean up the NDP's crude by rail fiasco?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and certainly the Minister of Energy will be able to go into more detail with respect to those specific line items. But I know the Minister of Energy, as the ministers of every government department, have been working hard to find efficiencies, to transform the way they deliver programs. So in fact, they can deliver more efficiently and effectively. That, Madam Chair, should be an ongoing effort of every government at all times. And the Minister of Energy has certainly been working to that end. And Madam Chair, that's why we also have why I believe our second fiscal anchor, and again, our fiscal anchors are going to be informing this government with respect to fiscal decisions until we can determine a fresh timeline and path to balance. But that's why our second fiscal anchor, and that fiscal anchor is ensuring that we're delivering government services at least as efficiently as comparator provinces as measured by our per capita cost of delivering government services, again, as compared to other provinces. That's why that fiscal anchor is so important. It gives us a metric to measure against. And Madam Chair, as you no doubt recall, and all the members in this House would recall, we inherited a government that on a per capita basis was spending over $10 billion more per year in delivering government services than our comparator provinces. And that's why this fiscal anchor is so critical. In fact, we embarked on this effort back in Budget 2019, a very credible budget to get us to balance in our first term. COVID-19, the resulting economic collapse, the energy price collapse has gotten in the way of that goal. But we are using these fiscal anchors to ensure, firstly, that we maintain a relatively strong balance sheet when we emerge from the pandemic. Secondly, to ensure that we have a measurable as we work to deliver government services most efficiently. Madam Chair, that respects all Albertans, both the recipients of that service delivery and the taxpayers that fund it.
The Honourable Member for Airdrie Cochrane.
Thank you, Minister. Chair, I'd like to cede my time to the member from Brooks Medicine Hat.
Member for Brooks Medicine Hat.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question as well is for the Minister of Finance. Our government was elected on fiscal responsibility, including the clamping down on reckless deficit spending and government debt that the previous government left behind. We know that it's irresponsible to be passing on this debt to further generations and burdening them with other governments' problems. Considering the economic situation, the Minister has previously indicated that we can no longer reach our target of a balanced budget by 2022-2023, but we know that balanced budgets are a key fiscal anchor that international lenders consider when setting lending rates. So considering the importance of strong fiscal anchors, which the Minister was referencing and talking about before in response to other members, can the Minister of Finance please explain which measures and targets the Government of Alberta is adopting to demonstrate fiscal prudence to international lenders. Some have also been calling for the implementation of a provincial sales tax. Can the Minister also comment on that issue and elaborate on our plans to return to balance? I know that my constituents would really appreciate that.
Well, Minister of Finance.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and to the member for that very important question. There were really three questions, and then I'll work to answer each one. Firstly, with respect to implementing a provincial sales tax, yes, some Albertans are advocating that we simply increase taxes. And Madam Chair, right now would be the worst time to add additional financial burden and strain on Alberta businesses and Albertans generally as we feel the pressure, the economic pressure of the pandemic and related economic effects. And so, Madam Chair, that's why Budget 2021 has no increase, no tax increases whatsoever. That's why we're focused, firstly, on ensuring health is resourced to meet the challenges of the pandemic, positioning the province for economic recovery, and a continued focus on efficient delivery of government services. Until we can find economic clarity post-pandemic, which at that point we will define a new path and timeline to balance. Until we get there, we will use fiscal anchors to inform our decisions, our fiscal decisions. And I've mentioned the first one, that is ensuring that we keep our net debt to GDP below 30%. That will ensure that we can maintain a relatively strong balance sheet, and which will position the province for fiscal recovery. Secondly, and I mentioned this earlier, but it bears repeating, and that is, Madam Chair, that we will, in this fiscal plan, in fact, in the fiscal plan that we've outlined, laid out in Budget 2021, we will bring our cost of delivering government services on a per capita basis in line with comparator provinces. Madam Chair, we absolutely owe it to Albertans to deliver at least as efficiently. But Madam Chair, I agree with the member in the assertion that she made in her question, that balancing the budget is critically important, that we cannot pass along our excessive spending onto future generations. And that's why these fiscal anchors are so critically important. By adhering to them, we will position this province for fiscal recovery.
Member for Brooks Medicine Hat.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will cede my time to the member for Spruce Grove, Stony Plain.
For Stony Plain, Spruce Grove.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One of the key elements of the province's response to the Triple Black Swan event was enacting Alberta's recovery plan. As the plan resulted in additional transfers to ministries and new emergency programs, there is likely to be some small additional costs with respect to delivering these programs, as well as the cost of the programs themselves. To the Minister, can you please describe how much of the additional funding went into new program delivery versus program administration? Second, is the administration of the programs in line with the delivery costs of other government programs?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and I thank the member for that really intuitive question, because every time a government program is developed, there are administrative costs that are required to administer that program. And it's critically important that governments focus on efficient delivery of government services, including efficient delivery of the programs that are designed to support Albertans and Alberta businesses. So to provide an answer to the member's specific question, with respect to the site rehabilitation program for 2020-2021, so the current fiscal year, the year that these estimates relate to, the cost of administering that program is estimated to be approximately $1 million. And that is to administer approximately $251 million in programming for the site rehabilitation program. With respect to the critical worker benefit program, this is a $435 million program. The estimated cost for the current year that we're in today is $2.5 million. And for the Alberta Jobs Now program, which is expected to be a $63 million program for the current year, and of course we're budgeting additional funding for the following year, but for the current year, we're expecting administrative costs to be $2 million. Madam Chair, when it comes to developing programs in short order, programs that are going to be delivered on a one-time basis. While I don't have any definitive metrics in front of me, my expectation is the administrative costs to develop the programs and roll them out would be higher than a program that will be reappearing year after year after year in the fiscal plan. However, right now, there's great need amongst Albertans and Alberta businesses, and it's critically important that we roll these programs out, make sure they're designed as efficiently as possible to ensure that we're not creating any additional or minimizing the impact of red tape and regulatory burden on Albertans and Alberta businesses, but rolling them out in a timely basis so that they can benefit the recipients, the intended recipients of the program.
The Honourable Member for Spruce Grove, Stony Plain.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. This time I'd like to cede the rest of my time to the member from Calgary Fish Creek.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Fish Creek.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, as businesses have been asked to make an immense number of sacrifices during this pandemic to keep all of us healthy, Alberta's government has supported these organizations through initiatives such as the Small to Medium-Sized Enterprise Relaunch Grant to help those that saw their revenues reduced due to COVID-19 related closures or curtailments. In December, the SME Relaunch Grant was expanded to allow second payments and lower the threshold for eligibility. On page 30 of the supplementary supply document, it outlines that $381 million is being requested, of which $373 million is for the Small and Medium Enterprise Relaunch Grant Program. Can the Minister of Jobs, Economy and Innovation comment on how much of the money that was given to the SME Relaunch Grant has been allocated, and how many Albertans are employed by companies that have received this funding? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Jobs, Economy and Innovation.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the member for that question. And again, we've highlighted this earlier on, but I'll kind of provide an overview as well, given the nature of the questions. That when we first had the first wave of the pandemic, we knew that we had to provide further supports to small businesses across Alberta. So we provided the relaunch grant of up to $5,000 for small businesses and budgeted $200 million for that program. As we got into the second wave, or arguably some people might say it's the third wave, but the wave over the holidays in particular, we knew that we had to bring in further health measures and provide additional support to small businesses here in Alberta. So we increased the relaunch grant up to $20,000 per small business, eligible up to $20,000. And we increased the budget at that point in time to $500 million. Dealing with the pandemic in real time, it was brought to our attention that sole proprietors as well as small businesses that started up during the pandemic were having challenges in qualifying for the relaunch grant. So we made further changes to the program to include them as eligible companies and businesses, and it increased the budget to $575 million for this fiscal year.
Well, members, that concludes the 20-minute block for government caucus members. We will now proceed to a 10-minute portion for members of the official opposition. I see the Honourable Member for Edmonton Castle Downs.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And if possible, go back and forth with the Minister of Culture, Multiculturalism and Status of Women. Thank you. So to a follow-up for my last question, if we add the Treasury Board decisions along with the supplementary supply estimates, we get a total of $28.8 million in additional funding requests for this ministry. However, increases to spending on the same lines only add up to $8 million, according to the numbers on page 176, 180, and 181. In fact, if we look at both statements of operations on page 28 of the 21 to 24 business plan, shows an increase of only $9 million in increase in your statement of operations. Can you please explain this discrepancy?
Minister of Culture, Multiculturalism and the Status of Women.
Yeah, thank you for the question. So, the money is being split over this part of the budget, which we're in right now for supplementary supply, and then there will be other dollars that be applied for later on into the next fiscal. But we also had $5 million that we reallocated within the budget ourselves, and then we have $5 million of fundraising. So when you add that up, it kind of gets you to that point, but you can sort of see where those dollars are coming from at that point.
Member for Edmonton Castle Downs.
Madam Chair. So when we look on page 14, I'm curious what sectors will not be receiving the $2.7 million in funding due to the reallocation or the lower than budgeted expenses.
Honourable Minister.
So, like we had discussed in estimates last night, some of the dollars we reallocated from the CFIP grants and then put into the stabilized grants. So, and this is just a temporary allocation for this year, and then the dollars for CFIP will go back to where they were.
The honourable member.
So there was 1.8 million available in the November supplementary supply for the same reason. I also noted that the forecasting spending for 2021 capital grants is expected to be about 4 million less than budgeted. Were the bulk of the savings found by reducing the capital grants, such as CFAP? And I'm curious if this is one of the reasons why perhaps you haven't been meeting with the community leagues.
The honourable minister.
Community Leagues just sent us a letter about a week and a half ago, so like I said to you last night, I'm happy to meet with them. There's nobody that we won't meet with. It's just there's only a certain amount of hours in the day to make those meetings happen. So like I said to you yesterday, super happy to meet with those folks. And no, it has nothing to do with that. We reallocated dollars right now, like I'd said to you earlier. And I think what's really important to understand, and again, I want to thank our Minister of Finance for understanding the importance of this sector, for understanding how important it is to make sure that we're able to put dollars to keep the sector alive for this next little while, especially as we come out of COVID. But I think what's really important to understand is that within our budgets, we've had to find flexibility to look at the programming to see how it is that we can reallocate dollars. There are finite dollars, and we feel, I look at my budget this year considering the fact that we've been through an economic downturn. We've had, our oil and gas dollars had been so far down for so long. Our manufacturing sectors, so many of our sectors had been impacted not only by the economic downturn, but also because of COVID. So when I look at our budget and what I have available to us, these hard-earned taxpayer dollars, it takes a little bit of savvy to look within that and look at those dollars and see how best to allocate them this time. So when we spoke to organizations like the sectors that are being helped out right now by that stabilized program, they were very, very, it was a really great conversation, many conversations actually that happened, a lot of roundtables, a lot of talks around how best to allocate those dollars. And I also have to say, this government is making the largest dollar impact amount in infrastructure that has happened in the history of this province. And as I was explaining to you last night, a lot of the infrastructure pieces that happen through our ministry actually are in collaboration with the Minister of Infrastructure. So for example, Vivo, TELUS, Calgary Zoo, all of those things that happen largely are also done through the Minister of Infrastructure. So we feel really, really honored to be able to work in collaboration with him to make sure that those infrastructure dollars are still being spent for important cultural events and that infrastructure that's necessary. But right now, the stabilized dollars and the dollars that we took out of CFIP in order to help with this program. So that was some dollars that was allocated, and then there was some new money that came from the Treasury Board in order to help supplement that. But we needed to make sure that these hard-earned taxpayer dollars that we are so blessed to have are making sure that they're going into organizations like the ones that are being supported through Stabilize that have hundreds of millions and sometimes billions of dollars that have been put into these pieces of infrastructure. They're sitting idle right now. Now, if you look at, and some of that was also absorbed by our ministry, we had to absorb revenue losses, massive revenue losses. All of the infrastructure that the government is not only responsible for, but puts tax dollars into, had absolutely $0 coming in this year. So that's tens of millions of dollars that was absorbed by our ministry in order to make sure that places like the Jubilee will be sustainable and survive through this, so that when we open up again, those beautiful buildings that have been supported and paid for by taxpayer dollars will continue to function. So, and like you had mentioned yesterday, the WindSphere and other organizations like that. So, and you were asking about other organizations, and the one that you're speaking to directly, I'm really super happy to meet with them. Where our SIP grants, so some money was allocated into the SIP, right, in order to be able to help the Stabilize program. We're going to be able to help out community a lot more. This is about building back community. It's about making sure that community can ramp up once we come out of COVID. It is going to be the culture sectors that help put this province back together. If you talk to the Minister of Jobs, Economy and Innovation, we speak about this all the time. So much of the work that we do is very collaborative because those sectors if you were talking about, one of the MLAs was talking about bringing tourism, bringing people back to this province. If you look at the film industry, the reason why we had people filming here is because Alberta had the pilot program and was allowing people to actually come into this province to keep the economy going even at a time when the rest of the world was shutting down. We were allowing for people to come here to have this. So if you look at the movie like Land, that was just filmed here recently. Amazing project that was done as a result of the work that was done by this government to keep the economy going. We're doing everything we can to leverage these very precious dollars that we have to the best of our ability. And I hope that, you know, for anybody who's watching today, I hope you understand that we feel very privileged as a government to have hard-earned taxpayer dollars to put in important programs. It's not our money. We are here to facilitate that, and we will do the best of our ability. And I feel truly honored that our ministry is so, that the Treasury Board, that this government sees this ministry as being so important to the recovery and the relaunch of this province and all of the important things that will come along with that. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how the Stabilized program goes forward. And again, thank you to the Minister of Finance and to your team for speaking with us and working with us to make sure that this sector has legs to ramp up once we get out of COVID. Thank you.
The honourable member.
Thank you. Unfortunately, that wasn't an answer. But I will cede my time to the member from Edmonton Centre. Thank you.
The honourable member for Edmonton City Centre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Time check. Thank you, Madam Chair. So some questions then for the Minister of Health. Let's begin with a simple one. So we have $13 million set aside for comfort care aids. Through you to the Minister, how many full-time employees then is represented in that $13 million?
Honourable Minister of Health.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm told that it's 1,600, but I'm not sure if that's a definition of just the positions or the FTEs, so happy to be able to get back to the honourable member on that distinction as soon as I get that information from the ministry.
The honourable member for Edmonton City Centre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Regarding some of the capital expenditures, the $24,443,000 for equipment to support surge capacity, etc. Does that amount include the cost for the field hospital that was constructed at the Butter Dome at the University of Alberta?
The honourable Minister of Health.
No, that was a rental that was separate, Mr. Speaker, or Madam Chair, I should say. That was an amount that came elsewhere in the budget. And it was a rental. We rented that tent from the Red Cross. The other equipment that was included in being able to commission that contingency plan was provided elsewhere in the amount of equipment and staff that AHS required in being able to establish that contingency plan that was in the Butter Dome for our response to the COVID.
The honourable member, 12 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Time check?
Seconds.
8 seconds. Thank you. I'll look forward to asking some further questions to the Minister in a moment.
Sounds good. We'll now move on to the next 10-minute block with members of the Government Caucus. I will recognize the honourable member for Banff, Kananaskis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, destination marketing organizations play a very critical role in raising awareness and marketing Alberta's incredible tourism locations to not only the rest of our country and our province, but to the entire world. And I am fortunate to represent some of those tourism communities who are the most Googleable, picturesque places imaginable. And I see that on page 30 of the supplemental supply document, it outlines an $8 million that is requested for destination marketing organizations as part of Alberta's recovery plan. And I believe this $8 million is for 5 specific DMOs, 2 of those which will reside in my constituency, being Banff Lake Louise Tourism and Tourism Canmore Kananaskis. So I'm just wondering if the Minister of Jobs, Economy and Innovation can explain how the funding to these destination marketing organizations was used and how this supports Alberta's communities, and if he has any breakdown of how much money is going to each one of the 5.
Minister of Jobs, Economy and Innovation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And it strikes me that from time to time, people reference God's country in this legislature, and nothing starts a tussle, particularly on this side, more than anything else, where people start to say which community is truly God's country in Alberta when they talk about the beauty of our province. And I must say, though, that I do believe, for the purposes of this commentary, which may be clipped for that particular member from Banff, that it is one of the most beautiful places in the world and truly could be considered in the top 5 for God's country in Alberta. Top 5 at least, maybe number 1 or 2. So, Madam Chair, when it comes to making sure that we can share the beauty of the Banff community, Lake Louise, Canmore, Kananaskis with the world, we wanted to make sure that we had the pillars in place to bounce back in our tourism industry. It has been impacted dramatically during this pandemic. Alberta relies on international travel to bring in tourists to Alberta. Banff is one of the most visited, or is the most visited national park in Canada. It is truly a gem in our country, and we want to make sure that the organizations on the ground have the resources to market their communities, to be there to support the tourism industry across Alberta as it relates to this. Many of them were impacted with their own revenue streams during this pandemic. We wanted to make sure that they could maintain their solvency because they do play such a critical role in the bounce back of Alberta's economy going forward. So to that member, thank you for your continued advocacy on behalf of your community. I just want to highlight as well for the budget coming forward, tourism is important. We've put additional money into Travel Alberta, $22 million. We've put additional funding into film and television, which helps spur tourism into your jurisdiction. So we really want to make sure that it's truly a highlight of the Alberta experience is the whole area of her constituency. Thank you.
A member for Banff Kananaskis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will cede the rest of my time to the member for Sherwood Park.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. It's an honor to rise, to speak to, and contribute to the 2020-21 supplementary supply estimates and ask a question to the Minister of Children's Services. So, we know that childcare is integral to our economic recovery as quality childcare helps parents enter or re-enter the workforce while knowing their kids are safe and cared for. We also know that here in Alberta, parents value choice. The reality is, every family and family situation is different, and it's parents who are best positioned to make the right choices for their family. I can see in the 2020-21 supplementary supply estimates that the Minister of Children's Services requested $11.5 million for childcare rebates to parents. Can the Minister of Children's Services please explain why she has requested this additional funding be added to the child care subsidy, which Albertans were eligible for this support, and how many Albertan families will be impacted as a result? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Children's Services.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you to the member for that very important question. What we've seen in the last year is that working families are facing all kinds of additional pressure and extra costs during the pandemic, and this is for two things. There's a lot of uncertainty, obviously, around the economy, which we've talked a lot about in the first couple of hours today, but also just with the realities that families are facing with the pandemic. Some parents have lost their jobs, some are working fewer hours, and all families have experienced more anxiety and stress, I think it would be fair to say. We've also seen some parents working from home. So as a result, fewer families have been using the child care system, the licensed child care system this year, and so money that we would normally be investing in subsidies for parents accessing licensed child care in the province has not fully been spent. So as you can see in our supply estimates, child care subsidy supports increased by a total of $22.9 million, and that's in line 3.1. So I can break that down that this increase is the result of two amounts being added to the child care subsidy supports 2020-2021 budget. $11.5 million of unspent wage top-up funding was also moved to 3.1 childcare subsidy supports from 3.2, which was the childcare worker supports, because we thought that the working parent benefit of $108 million was an important investment to make to support the unique challenges that parents are facing at this time. So under the working parents benefit, we are providing $108 million directly to support the needs of working parents, those parents who need it the most and who have faced a lot of uncertainty and hardship over the last year. Up to 100,000 families right across Alberta and 192,000 children will receive this benefit. Families with a household income of $100,000 or less and have spent at least $561 in at least 3 months of childcare between April and December of last year will qualify. I do want to reiterate something that we've talked about a lot in this House: parent choice. We know that parents are best positioned to make choices for their family, and that the choices that they make vary for a variety of reasons. There really is no one-size-fits-all approach, and especially so, I would argue, over the last year and the difficult decisions that parents are making. So whether your child is enrolled in a licensed daycare, a licensed out-of-school care program, a preschool, or an unlicensed day home, Madam Chair, parents that use any form of childcare can be eligible for that working parents benefit. We heard from parents across Alberta at the event where we announced this. We actually heard from a single mom. Her name is Tiffany Joy Robertson, and she said, quote, "It's great to see the government recognize the pressures that working parents are facing. As a single mother who has felt the stresses of work and childcare this past year, this money is greatly appreciated." We also heard from a childcare operator and operators right across this province, but the one who again hosted us to make this announcement of this $108 million, Janet St. Germain, Madam Chair. She said, quote, "As an operator, we've received substantial support from this government throughout the pandemic. But these times are challenging for everyone right now. I'm grateful the working parents benefit will go directly to families in my centre to help with the cost of childcare." Now, Madam Chair, we've reinvested tax dollars wisely. I would also say that we've provided, as the childcare operator I just quoted, we invested over $110 million in provincial and federal funds throughout the pandemic to support childcare operators. We did that responsibly. We gave them flexibility. We listened to childcare, preschool and out-of-care operators across the province. We let them tell us how best they could use those dollars to meet whether it was the demands of their families or their early childhood educators, or meet the demands put forward by the Chief Medical Officer of Health and the guidelines that these centres had to operate under. So we gave them that flexibility. We made those investments, but Madam Chair, we really wanted to invest these unspent dollars directly into the pockets of hardworking Alberta parents that needed it the most.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the Minister for her answers to my question. Really appreciated that. Madam Chair, I will now cede the remainder of my time to a beautiful part of God's country, Calgary East. Member for Calgary East. Thank you so much.
The Honourable Member for Calgary East, you have 50 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The pandemic hit just over a year ago, and throughout that time, our frontline workers have continued to work tirelessly to protect Albertans, keep our families and communities safe from harm, and provide care to those in need. After briefly closing last March, a small number of child care centers reopened so that they would continue to provide care for the children of essential workers. It's clear that not only is the child care essential for our economy, it's essential for our society. Can the Minister of Children's Services please explain why she has requested $7.7 million to be added to child care worker supports? Who is eligible for this support, and how many workers will be impacted?
Members, we will now move to the government's next 10 minutes. The Honourable Member for Edmonton City Centre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So returning to some questions then for the Minister of Health. It says here we have $154 million set aside for increasing costs of existing COVID-19 pandemic initiatives, including testing, contact tracing, incremental staffing, and overtime. So through you to the Minister, Are there any additional categories that are contained in that $154 million? And could you give me a breakdown for how much of that $154 million is in each category?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Well, Madam Chair, as we continue to very dynamically respond to the pandemic, the specific amounts for testing and contact tracing, the overtime, the incremental staffing that will be required for those categories is going to depend in the next couple months as we continue to make sure that we are, as I said, dynamically and quickly responding to the pandemic. So we do know that the $154 million is what we expect for the year end for these categories. I don't know if the member mentioned, there is also incremental staffing and overtime that's going to be included in that $154 million on top of the testing and contact tracing.
The Honourable Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This does prove tricky then, yes, indeed. The intent, of course, is for us to, I guess, vote on this spending on behalf of Albertans, but as with, I guess, the budget that we had for the Ministry of Health as well with the COVID contingency plan, it proves difficult, I guess, for us at times to do our work as the official opposition or to provide that transparency for Albertans if we are simply given a large category and Albertans are told this is simply for COVID spending. So I can appreciate that this is a dynamic field, but certainly I think there is some middle ground between simply presenting a grand total and saying this is COVID stuff, or necessarily being able to nail down precisely the exact amounts that are going to be spent. There was some calculation, I'm sure, that went into coming up with this figure of $154 million. There must be some level of estimate that has been made for each portion of this spending, what they anticipate is going to be costing for the testing, for the contact tracing, for the overtime and staffing. And I would just ask again if the minister could not at least provide some general ballpark based on the estimates that his own department and surely the Minister of Finance has looked at to determine these amounts.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Well, Madam Chair, the member makes it sound like $154 million is the amount that is being requested through supplementary supply, and that's not the case at all. It's $323 million is the amount, together with $170.8 million made available from lower than budget expense and other programs, and that does provide $197.5 million for the critical worker benefit. It does include the line item that the member mentions. That includes both testing and contact tracing, as well as incremental staffing and overtime. It does as well include $68.5 million for operator funding for the licensed supportive living, as well as home care and residential addiction and mental health treatment facilities to protect vulnerable Albertans and their staff, as well as the home care clients from COVID-19. And it also does include $13 million for comfort care aids. It includes $8.2 million for vaccine distribution costs to the end of the year. And it includes $4.5 million for program support costs, Madam Chair. And so very clearly, that there are multiple categories that are included in the total amount for the ministry as we continue to respond to the pandemic, because our focus, as we've said throughout the pandemic, is making sure that our focus is making the promise to Albertans that AHS and the ministry would have all the resources that they would need in responding to the pandemic, whether it was being able to provide the critical care that every Albertan needs on the AHS's program delivery side, or whether it's the vaccine deployment within the ministry and us making sure that we are getting vaccines in the arms of Albertans as quickly as we receive them from the federal government.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton City Centre.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, thank you to the Minister for reading what is already here on the page and evading the question that was actually put. So my understanding then is that the Minister feels that it is not necessary to provide any further transparency to Albertans about the specific areas of spending that have been found here. And indeed, that is also what we found in the budget with the contingency fund. And that is also what we find in that we had the report, which was supposed to be drafted to report on what the government had to learn from the first wave. Here we are past the second wave, potentially approaching a third, and that information is not yet available to Albertans. So it is unfortunate that 1 year into this pandemic, this government is providing so little clarity to Albertans about what it has actually done, the details of what it is actually spending, the details of what it has actually learned. I find this disappointing, and I certainly hope that we're going to see this improve, because Albertans, frankly, as the shareholders who are funding this work on behalf of government, deserve far more transparency. I don't think this would be considered acceptable for the shareholders of a corporation, for them to simply be told, there is this amount and it's kind of going here. So I will move on then and ask then regarding the critical worker benefit. So in response then to the COVID-19 pandemic, we have here $197 million approximately that's being set aside for that, I'm assuming within the healthcare field. To the minister then, through you, Madam Chair, can you identify how many healthcare workers then this breaks down to, that this will be paying through this benefit? And can you just clarify, there's the amount of $197 million, but the ministry's total funding is $209 million. Is that just a difference then for EI, CPP, et cetera?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. And I've noticed a pattern, definitely, from the members opposite throughout the response to the pandemic, and especially in the fall, and even now, again, as we return to the legislature and we stand here in this room in the spring session, that the only focus for the NDP is undermining confidence. Undermining confidence in all of the amazing people who are working to respond to the pandemic, all the undermining of confidence in our healthcare system, Madam Chair, all the undermining of confidence in our public health officials as let's remember that this is the member of the Legislative Assembly in the fall, Madam Chair, who was questioning whether we were going to be running out of oxygen. This is the member who was undermining the confidence in the Trace Together app, Madam Chair. This is the member who was misrepresenting the contingency plans in the renting of a tent and establishing a contingency plan in the Butter Dome, Madam Chair. And ever since then as well, including in estimates as well, recently this week when I was slandered and he was trying to claim without foundation and completely falsely that I or my office have ever intervened in any procurement decision by AHS. He spent a significant portion, I believe, Madam Chair, in estimates, wasting his time trying to make this claim without foundation, falsely, when neither I or my office have ever intervened in any procurement decision of AHS's since we've come into government, Madam Chair. But that doesn't matter to the member, Madam Chair. He's not going to stick to the truth, Madam Chair, and he's going to continue this behavior of undermining public confidence in our vaccine distribution and our response to the pandemic and all the amazing work that folks in the ministry and AHS are doing to make sure that the care that people need is going to be there for them. Now, the specific question that he had about the critical care benefit, I would have to defer to my colleague, the minister, the Honourable Minister for Labour and Immigration. Is that right if I deferred that question to you? Okay.
The member,
Okay.
and he
Thank
can
you.
direct the question, the Honourable Member for Edmonton City Centre. You have 40 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the minister had the opportunity, I guess, to get a few things off his chest that have apparently been bothering him for some time. It's unfortunate that he could not, again, actually provide the information for the people of Alberta. The actual transparency that people would expect to see from a minister of the Crown. A simple answer to a simple question, but that is the prerogative of the minister, and indeed is one that he has chosen to demonstrate time and again. However, if the Minister of Labour could perhaps provide the answer to the question regarding the critical worker benefit, I would certainly welcome that information.
We'll now move on to the next 10-minute block for the Government Caucus members. I see the Honourable Member for Vermilion Lloydminster.
Did you want to answer that? Yeah, sorry. She just was going to answer the question from the
The
last.
Honourable Minister of Children's Services?
Madam Chair, am I able to answer the question?
No,
from the,
sorry. We have to go to the Honourable Member for Vermilion Lloydminster.
Right. I was pleased to see a request for $68.5 million towards operator funding for licensed supportive living, home care, residential and mental health treatment facilities. Our government has done so much to protect this sector, and I know my constituency has been a significant benefactor of that. And some of our facilities have come from the brink of being closed to operating fully. So I'm glad to see that these supports are going to be continued. We know how important these services are to Albertans who live in these facilities and their families, as well as those who are cared for at home. So I'm curious how the Ministry of Health is approaching the applications for this funding. How will the Minister of Health be distributing the funds, and what are the requirements to receive this funding?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. And government is, as the member pointed out, providing $6.5 million to protect those who are vulnerable in the province, as well as staff in continuing care and residential addiction and mental health treatment facilities, as well as home care clients from the pandemic and the spread of COVID-19 in our communities. And this one-time funding will support operators of non-contracted licensed supportive living and both contracted and non-contracted home care, as well as hospices and residential addiction and mental health treatment centers. It will help operators to pay for increased staffing, additional cleaning supplies and personal protective equipment, funding to support operators providing essential services is going to vary by sector and will be calculated based on the number of spaces in each facility or on an hourly basis for home care. So it would be $48 million in non-contracted licensed supportive living, $9.9 million for residential addiction and mental health treatment facilities, and $9.6 million for home care, as well as another $1 million for residential community hospice. Now, organizations operating during the period of March 15th to March 31st, that's March 15th of 2020 to March 31st of 21, are eligible. The application process began in February, on the 22nd of February, and will be available up until March 31st, Madam Chair.
Honourable Member for Vermilion Lloydminster.
I'd like to cede my time to the member from Brooks Medicine Hat.
The Honourable Member for Brooks Medicine Hat.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. My question will be to the Minister of Health. I'm happy to hear that nearly 1 million rapid tests are being distributed to help protect workers and vulnerable Albertans, and to hear about the new pilot program offered to students to assess rapid on-site testing. COVID-19 has hit Alberta hard, and it's comforting to know that the Ministry of Health and all frontline workers are working on making this fight a little bit easier. With the cost of testing, contact tracing, implemental staffing, and the overtime that comes with fighting COVID-19, my question is, how is the Ministry of Health currently working to get Albertans the service that they need? And how is the Ministry going to ensure that the additional $154 million requested on page 26 of the supplemental supply document will be distributed appropriately and used responsibly? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Chair. And the $154 million, as I also said to Edmonton City Centre in his questions, is for, and I think the member pointed this out, for testing, contact tracing, as well the incremental staffing, overtime costs. We're going to remain committed to ensuring that the health system has the resources that it needs to continue to fight the pandemic, Madam Chair, while protecting lives by keeping Albertans safe, keeping them healthy. Alberta has responded swiftly and effectively to address the pressures on the healthcare system that are associated with the pandemic, and this work will continue. And the response to the COVID-19 pandemic will continue to remain a significant driver of government activity and government spending, and we anticipate having to respond to and support the ongoing work that's related to the pandemic through the balance of fiscal 2021, that is 2020-21, and well into the fiscal year of 21-22, Madam Chair.
Honourable Member for Brooks Medicine Hat.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I'd like to cede my time to the Honourable Member for Lacombe-Panoka.
The Honourable Member for Lacombe-Panoka.
Madam Chair, my question relates to education. Providing support for our education workers is important in these times especially, and however, so is ensuring that students have all the supports they need. And I see on line item 3.2, learning support funding on page 19 of the supplementary supply documents, that the ministry is allocating almost $40 million of the requested funding. The learning support funding is generally used for grants and programs to support students. So my question to the Minister of Education is, how will this funding be used to support our students and staff, and how does this relate to the funds requested for the critical worker benefit? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Education.
For that question, and Madam Chair, I'm very pleased to be requesting an additional $43.2 million to support education's portion of the Critical Worker Benefit Program for education system employees. This includes an investment of $10.8 million from Alberta's government to support low-wage critical workers. Madam Chair, in Alberta's education system, this means that eligible individuals from the following professions will receive this financial support in recognition of their hard work during these very unprecedented times. Receiving the support will be education assistants, including library assistants, language assistants, therapeutic, SLP assistants, lab technicians and assistants, CTS aides and assistants, academy assistants. We will also be providing that support to bus drivers, including bus attendants, to custodians, including caretakers and janitors, and school secretarial staff, including school office assistant, office support workers, and office support workers. To be eligible for the benefit, all positions must meet these criterion. Eligible education workers cannot be a certificated teacher or a non-certificated learning instructor or leader. Eligible education workers must be considered low wage in the education sector. Eligible education workers must have worked a minimum of 300 paid hours for a provincial school authority or a contractor with a provincial school authority between October 12, 2020 and January 31st of 2021. In most cases, these paid hours were prorated to reflect when schools were required to be closed during that time frame. Education's component of this program is focused on lower wage workers who continue to work on the front line and provide support in delivering critical services to Albertans. Thousands of education workers who helped to deliver critical services to Alberta students during the pandemic are being recognized with a one-time payment of $1,200. Alberta is providing the benefit to the broadest group of education workers of any province. While it appears that some provinces have excluded this group entirely, I'm so proud of the fact that our province did not exclude them. This school year is possible thanks to the hard work of thousands of dedicated education workers. From the bottom of my heart, and I know from everyone here, we really want to thank all of those workers and express our sincere gratitude. Thank you.
Member for Lacombe-Panoka.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and if I may, I'd like to cede the floor to the very capable MLA from Livingston-McLeod.
The Honourable Member for Livingston-McLeod, you have 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Parental choice and choice in education is something that this government and this education minister have gone to great lengths to protect. Even during these times of crisis, it's integral that these decisions and the students receiving education through different types of schools remain supported. Referring to page 19 of supplementary supply, item 4.1 and 4.2, accredited private school support and accredited private early childhood service operator support, they will receive $1.9 and $1.8 million of the requested funding, respectively. Can the Minister of Education please explain how these amounts were determined and how this funding will help these students and staff?
Minister of Education, 25 seconds.
Thank you so much. Alberta's education system has a number of delivery methods that have been very successful. We have a long tradition of success, which include public, separate, charter, independent, francophone, and home education that allow parents to select the method that they feel will best help their child reach their full potential. I was proud to bring forward the Choice in Education Act. a strong public education.
Members, we will now move on to the next 10-minute block for members of the official opposition. I see the Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. First off, I would like to go back to the Alberta Jobs Now program. So a key piece of the government's agenda is the Alberta Jobs Now program through the Ministry of Labour. The program overlaps in both fiscal year 2020, 2021, and 2021-22. Before we approve any supplementary supply for this ministry, we have some questions about the Alberta Jobs Now program. First, the government is requisitioning $662 million as an appropriation for the Alberta Jobs Now program that has to be spent in the next 15 days. So far, there's no program, and people can't apply. So to the Minister, what assurances can you give to this Assembly that you can actually spend the $62 million in the next 15 days?
The Honourable Minister of Labour and Immigration.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank to the Honourable Member for the program. As I explained in estimates last week, and just wanted to provide some broad background to the Alberta Jobs Now program, this is a program that we are looking forward to announce in the very near future. It's a program that's just under $200 million spread over multiple years. And the purpose of the program really is to get Albertans back to work and provide Albertans with the skills that they need to be able to get back into the workforce. We appreciate that the pandemic, as indicated by Minister of Finance and Treasury Board, has had a tremendous impact on our economy, and our government's approach is how do we support Albertans and from my ministry's perspective, how do we support Alberta workers in getting back into the workforce? So the Alberta Jobs Now program is just under $200 million. $185 million of that dollars is through federal funding. And we decided, and we made a conscious choice to hold off implementing this. This $185 million was announced in December by the federal government, to hold off implementing it right away, simply because we wanted to match these program dollars to our recovery when we can put these dollars to the best and highest use. In addition, we are also in conversations and continue to be in conversations with the federal government concerning the final program design and the alignment of the program funding. We've had very positive conversations with the federal government, and it's not only us, Madam Chair, having these conversations. It's a number of other provinces that has also gone to the federal government in terms of looking for additional flexibility. We are in the conversations have gone well to date, and we are hopeful of making an announcement. And when we looked at the once we get the announcement out the door, which will be coming in the very near future, then we'll be able to provide more details concerning the program, which indicated during estimates that is an employer-based program, but that will actually focus on those who are unemployed right now and help them get back to work, and then we can actually flow the dollars. And as indicated, $62 million is allocated for this year, and a further $120 million grants is indicated in our estimate for next year's budget.
From Manning.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. My understanding is we were going back and forth, but if the Minister would like to eat the time up, I can just ask a whole bunch of questions at once and use my 5 minutes. So the question that I was asking is, how is this money going to be spent? Because we have 15 days left. And so my question is how is this money going to be spent in the next 15 days? I haven't heard an answer to that question. I appreciate that employment is a huge issue for many Albertans, but again, 15 days, this money can't be carried over. And if the expectation is that this money is being carried over, then I think we need to be hearing honestly in the opposition that is what the plan is with this money. In addition, I'd like to know, with such a huge investment of $62 million, where are the targeted employers and what are the targeted job opportunities within this mandate? I've been hearing from many rural Albertans that there's a huge lack of ability to hire in agricultural sectors. They're not able to recruit individuals to come out and work. We have a very concerning trend happening in our veterinarian section, where we don't have enough veterinarians in our province right now that are able to support our rural agricultural sectors. So my question again is, what are the targets for the $62 million? What employers are you recruiting to help train? And at the same time, if that we're recognizing through this budget of a $62 million investment into job creation, why would there be such a substantial cut to post-secondary institutions that could be offering this training, such as NAIT, SAIT, all of those very career trade-oriented areas, that a $62 million investment could go a long way to getting people into those trade positions, getting their skills upgraded, and being able to return to the workforce. So again, if the minister could maybe in a briefly response, let me know how you're spending it in 15 days, why it isn't going to post-secondary institutions, and if not, what are the targeted employers and employees that you're looking at targeting?
The Honourable Minister of Labour and Immigration.
So in regards to the program, again, we're looking forward to releasing the details of this in the very near future. I can share that it is going to be targeted at employers to support them, not only to create demand, but also to be able to train Albertans and provide training and retraining for them so they can actually get back to work and facilitate moving where required from a sector basis. It is going to be broad-based. As I mentioned during estimates, although the design is different than the Canada-Alberta Job Grant, but it also is going to include for-profit and not-for-profit organizations to be able to use this, and it will be able to use both within the cities and in rural, and for employers in rural Alberta. This is a broad-based program, and we're looking very much forward to be able to launch that in the very near future. And I'd like to share that this is also in addition to standard programming that my department offers in terms of skills and training. I already mentioned earlier the Canada-Alberta Job Grant, which is an employer-based funding program, but we also provide funding directly to Albertans to support them during the training, and we also provide funding to institutions. So, for example, our Training for Work program provides funding to enable Albertans who are unemployed to take that training free of charge, and that the organizations, and this is done on an RFP basis, that apply for funding under this, they will use our post-secondary educations, including SAIT and the University of Calgary, to deliver some of that training. And the beauty of this particular type of program is 70%, over 70% of people who go through this program, they either have to find a job or go to additional education, or they don't actually receive the benefit. So this funding, this Alberta Jobs Now program, is a way that we can make this a very broad-based, employer-based, increased demand, while at the same time, for Albertans, while at the same time get Albertans the skills that they need to get the job. And we're looking forward to making this announcement in the near future.
The Honourable Member.
Well, thank you again, Madam Chair. I still don't understand. I haven't heard from the minister where this money is actually going to go. What we know is $61 million or $62 million has to be spent before March 31st. It cannot be carried over. So to ask the Assembly to support an appropriation of $62 million without an actual clear plan of what's going to happen in the next 2 weeks, are there FTEs? Is there areas that you're targeting? Are there employers that you're already having conversations with and working with? What is the plan for the $62 million? I do appreciate that there are other programs in income support. I was a social worker. I referred many people to those programs. So there is something specific about the Jobs Now program that is different than those programs. So my question again is, how are you spending that money in the next 2 weeks? Who is it targeting? And again, I've given some opportunity here in suggestions like supporting our ag industry and recruiting and retraining people. I've talked about the veterinarian area and the fact that we don't have enough vets. So my question is, are you looking at oil and gas? Are you looking at the IT sector? Where is this money going to go, and how are people going to be able to access it and be employed on April the 1st?
The Honourable Minister.
For the question. As indicated in my previous answer, and maybe I'll be more specific, is this is going to be available to all sectors. So it's not sector specific. This is going to be not too dissimilar from the Canada-Alberta Job Grant. It's different design, but broader in terms of its application, in terms of being able to support employers across the sector. So we are not picking particular sectors, but across all sectors where there's an opportunity for jobs to get unemployed Albertans back to work. I can say that, and this is the conversation that we had during estimates, is that some of the money that's already been identified go to administration in terms of Alberta Job Now. people hired to be able to run this program once we get it announced, and people are ready to be able to move forward on that basis. In addition, we've also worked with Service Alberta and invested in developing a portal that employers can access to make applications for this program. So again, I'm looking forward to announcing this.
Honourable members, we will now move on to the Government Caucus members. The Honourable Member for Calgary East.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When Alberta exits the COVID-19 pandemic, challenges will still exist for many of our workers. Our key program that the province introduced was the Alberta Jobs Now program in partnership with federal government. This program will provide opportunities for Albertans to train and retain themselves and create a more productive and dynamic workforce. Can the Minister for Labour give some additional details as to how this program was designed such that it could benefit the greatest number of Alberta employees as possible?
The Honourable Minister of Labour and Immigration.
Well, thank you very much to the honourable member for the question in terms of the in regards to the Alberta Jobs Now. As indicated to member earlier speaking to the program, this program is just under a $200 million program that will be delivered over multiple years, associated, and really our focus is on reducing the cost to employ Albertans for employers and then for employees to get them the skills that they need to get a job and get back to work. And this program leverages the funding from the federal government. An announcement was made in December of last year, $185 million. So we're going to be leveraging that through the program, and then the provincial government is also going to be putting money in from an administration standpoint to be able to move this program forward. And that program is really designed to facilitate broad access for employers and the industry, and to be used by employers of all sizes from private sectors and regions of the province, including not-for-profit organizations. I'm looking forward to announcing more details in the very short order as we work through issues with the federal government before we announce this. And quite frankly, as we've come out of the second wave, and now that the economy and very pleased with the tremendous work that has been done by our colleague, the Minister of Jobs and the Economy and Innovation. But as our economy starts to move forward and we're having an uptick in jobs, again, the most recent jobs report was very optimistic, and it was very promising in terms of that we're continuing to add jobs to the economy, and now there's a good time to be able to use this funding for the most effective way possible to get Albertans back to work and support employers and ensuring that they can hire Albertans as we get through the pandemic, and then we start with our recovery.
Member for Calgary East.
Minister for answering, and with that, Madam Chair, I will turn it to MLA for Airdrie and Cochrane.
Honourable Member for Airdrie Cochrane.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The COVID-19 pandemic was acutely felt in Alberta. Already struggling with high unemployment and underemployment, the pandemic struck at the worst possible time. By implementing the critical worker benefit, the Government of Alberta supported workers who could not safely work from home and ensured that as much money as possible was delivered to the greatest number of people. One of the unique features of this program was that it was delivered via the employer and not by government. Can the Minister of Labour and Immigration explain why this program was delivered in this way, and were there efficiencies as a result of the employer delivery?
The Honourable Minister of Labour and Immigration.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you so much to the honourable member for the question. We put a great deal of thought in terms of how we were going to deliver this program, and we recognize that this program, that's going to put $1,200 into the pockets of over 300,000 Albertans. We put a great deal of thought into this program, and with a multiple delivery mechanisms. And the reason why we chose a more complicated way to do this as opposed to simply through a single government program is that cost associated with administering it. We were mindful of that, and we want to get as much dollars into the pockets of Albertans as possible. So we chose to deliver this and through multiple departments. My colleague, the Minister of Health, Minister of Children's Services, Minister of Education, Minister of Community and Social Services, through their departments, they are delivering this to thousands of workers directly through, and these are for employees who came forward as part of a response to providing services at the pandemic. These are our healthcare workers, our nurses, our frontline healthcare workers at acute care who came to work, and particularly during the second wave that we had over Christmas of the pandemic, who came to work in some very challenging times and gave it their all to be able to support Albertans. And so we did this delivery mechanism through Alberta Health Services and through the Department of Health can provide that to them, and that includes long-term care facilities as well. And then we take a look at Community and Social Services. Again, those providing frontline workers providing assistance to those in congregate care with disabilities, for example, and dealing with those who are homeless. In children's services, again, to workers providing care to children and recognizing the work that they've done. And same with on education. So through each one of these departments, they were able to identify the organizations directly and then flow that money to those organizations who could then make payment directly to the employees who have the information. So we thank the departments because this is going to be done at a very low cost and very efficiently. And we thank all the employers and the organizations that work with these departments to provide these services for doing that, and it's a very efficient way to drive this program. In addition, that when we took a look at for the private sector, and because we didn't have agreements in place with private sector employers, we need to put in an application process. But again, we worked very hard with Service Alberta to try to put in a system whereby it could be done online. It could be done via the current existing platform that Service Alberta has, and be done efficiently, so it'd make it easier for employers to put in an application. In addition, we made some tweaks as well because we got some feedback saying that it was challenging to do one by one, so they could upload multiple employees for like larger employers such as grocery stores and be able to provide that functionality through the website, so then we can quickly verify that and make the payment. So I think our overall approach to this, sort of delivering the funds through other departments who have agreements in place with all these, sort of limits our costs and make it more efficient. And plus, going through employers generally, again, very efficient as opposed to through individual employees apply because there's a lot more administration and to be able to do that on that basis. And then lastly, even for when we do need an application format, by doing it on an employer basis and then having a very efficient web-based application, we can drive efficiencies. And really, at the end of the day, why are we doing this? It's all about doing it efficiently, saving costs so we can put the most amount of money of this benefit into the pockets of working Albertans who are eligible. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The Honourable Member for Airdrie Cochrane.
Through the chair, thank you, Minister. Madam Chair, I would like to cede my time to the member from Banff-Kananaskis.
Member for Banff-Kananaskis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, as we know, the Ministry of Culture, Multiculturalism, and the Status of Women works hard to improve Albertans' quality of life through cultural programming, historic preservation, and sport. And we also know that through COVID-19, some of the shortfalls in revenue in the culture sector have been the hardest hit across multiple sectors and multiple industries. And I know that our minister has been working very hard to support Albertans, and especially those in the culture and the sports sectors over the past year. But we did make a commitment to ensure that every Albertan can enjoy that great quality of life, that they can continue partaking in these cultural events, these street fairs, these sport games going into the future. And so I see that on page 14 of our supplementary supply, it mentions that $14.7 million has been allocated for the Sport and Cultural Event Relaunch Program. So I'm just wondering if the Minister of Culture, Multiculturalism, and the Status of Women can elaborate on the importance of this relaunch program and how these funds are being spent to benefit all of Albertans.
The Honourable Minister of Culture, Multiculturalism and the Status of Women in 38 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Chair. These dollars are allocated specifically to make sure that this sector stays alive and that they are ready to relaunch as soon as possible. I can't wait for us to get back to life, and this sector is ready to go. So we wanted to make sure that they had what they need to bridge them until that happens.
Member for Banff Kananaskis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With probably about 5 seconds left, I would have ceded my time to the MLA for Calgary Fish Creek, but he can start the next round.
A great idea. We will now move on to members of the official opposition for their 10-minute block. I see the Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. First off, I'd just like to ask the Minister of Finance if he can please confirm that if the $62 million is not spent by the end of this month, that it has to go back into general revenue.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and certainly the member opposite has identified the typical path for amounts that are left unspent at the end of a budget year.
Member for Edmonton Manning.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So to the Minister of Labour, can he 100% confirm that by the end of this month, by April 1st, all of this money will be spent for the launch of this program?
Honourable Minister of Labour and Immigration.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Chair. You know, we put $62 million into the budget, and we are looking forward to announcing this program in the very near future and move forward from that basis.
The Honourable Member.
Madam Chair, I think we're confused here. The $62 million I'm speaking about is the appropriation fund, which is for the next 2 weeks. I guess my question to the Minister would be is why wasn't that $62 million just projected in the upcoming budget instead of being asked through supplementary supply, knowing that it has to go back to general revenue in 2 weeks?
The Honourable Minister of Labour and Immigration.
So this was the estimate that was put in at the time when we were looking at the program when the budget numbers were put in place. Again, we're looking at launching this program in the very near future and move forward on that basis.
The Honourable Member.
Okay, so I'm just going to confirm one more time and then I'm going to actually pass it over to my Honourable Member from Beverly-Clareview. To the Minister of Labour, as of right now, you cannot guarantee that that $62 million will be spent by the end of the month.
The Honourable Minister.
As I indicated previously to the honourable member, we're looking to launching this launching this program in the very near future and moving forward on that basis.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Beverly-Clareview.
Thank you. I do appreciate the back and forth with the minister, so I'll thank them for that. My confusion is around supply is being debated today. It's being asked for. So for every other ministry, those dollars are needed for them to get through to March 31st for the remaining 2 weeks of the month. As of April 1st, presumably the budget will be passed, but obviously up to the Assembly to vote it through, but that's when the new budget takes over. So the confusion, I think, for me and for us is if there's a $61 million ask here for the Jobs Now program, and I appreciate the minister is working on it, details to come, how can the minister possibly spend $61 million in the next 14 days? And if the minister doesn't, that money cannot be carried over. We're not talking about the federal amount. I appreciate the government of Alberta is asking the feds for an extension on the program. That's great. But the $61 million cannot be extended because the Assembly is granting permission through this debate right now today for the next 2 weeks. So can the minister, I guess, then clarify? So this $61 million will not be spent over the next 2 weeks. Can the minister confirm or deny that, please?
The Honourable Minister of Labour and Immigration.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So again, as stated, this was the money that was put into the budget. We're looking forward to making the announcement, and then we'll move forward from that point in time. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Beverly-Clareview.
So I guess my question then is to the Minister of Treasury Board and Finance. If the program's not ready and the money can't go out the door, before this went to print, before this debate today, because it's a supply bill, why was that $61 million not pulled out? because the minister has just admitted the program is not ready, the money will not be spent.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The expectation is that the minister will be announcing the rollout of the program very shortly. And the expectation is that program will roll out before year end, and the funding that we're approving in this supplementary supply bill will in fact fund that program.
The Honourable Member.
Okay, I appreciate the question, or the answer, sorry, by the minister, but I guess my frustration, and probably Albertans' frustration, is we've been debating a line item that shouldn't even be in the supply bill. So we've wasted an hour trying to identify how this money will be spent in 2 weeks. And now we finally have the answer that it won't in fact be spent in the next 2 weeks. I appreciate the government's working on a program. The program's not ready. The money comes with a timeline, right? It's ticking down. And so if it's not being spent, I appreciate the government being forthcoming with their answers. I'd like to move on to ask about other line items that hopefully will be in fact deployed in the next 2 weeks. I'd like to go back to the Minister of Jobs, Innovation and Economy, if I could, or Economy, Innovation, pardon me. Minister, I'm curious to know, so if we can jump back to the relaunch grant, which is the bulk of the minister's funding in this supply bill, I'm just curious to know if the minister performed any kind of analysis on the SECRA program. So, you know, are businesses requiring additional support? And are they asking for additional support because in some situations landlords did not sign up for that program? And I'm curious to know if the government has the number of businesses that were evicted because the commercial eviction ban was not extended.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I want to get up and just respond to the assertion that the member opposite made. Madam Chair, our expectation is that the Jobs Now program will be announced before year end and rolled out. That is our expectation. We're not signaling anything different today, and I think it's important that everybody in this House understand that, Madam Chair. And here's the reality. Businesses and unemployed Albertans need the program rolled out as quickly as the minister is able to get agreement with the federal government. And that is why we've pushed this program. That's why we've included it in this budget year, because we believe there is it is still possible and doable, and our expectation is that the minister will be able to roll this program out before the year end. That's why the line item is in this appropriations bill, and that is our expectation.
Well, Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So my question then, Minister, is if it's in here and the expectation is for the minister to roll it out, then I find it really difficult to believe, because the minister has been asked a number of times on which employers are going to receive it. How is it going to be rolled out? What are the metrics for this program? And having been in government, I know that programs cannot be stood up in a matter of 2 weeks and rolled out. I mean, ask the Minister of Jobs, Economy and Innovation. He announced a program that is taking 6 weeks to be developed before the money goes out the door. So if this program has been developed, then my question to the government is, please provide this assembly with how it is being rolled out, which employers will qualify, what is the program credentials, what are the metrics, and how will this money in fact get to Alberta workers in 14 days from now?
The Honourable Minister of Labour and Immigration.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And my colleague, the Minister of Treasury Board and Finance, may want to comment after me, but has already indicated that we have developed this program. It is for use by employers across the province, in both private sector employers and not-for-profits. This program we've developed, worked with Service Alberta in terms of putting the portal in place and are quite frankly ready to roll it out. Look forward to rolling out in the very near future, and we're just finalizing discussions with the federal government. But I'd also like to ask if my colleague, Minister of Treasury Board Finance, has anything more to add.
The honourable member.
Yes, thank you, Minister. So it sounds like then the program may in fact be designed that you are waiting for the federal government, although I don't know why that answer couldn't come from the government. But my question to the minister is this. You're telling the Assembly that you can evaluate applications and get dollars out the door, $61 million, in less than 2 weeks because it still hasn't been announced yet. But the Minister of Jobs, Innovation and Economy has stated that the processing time for his relaunch grant is 10 days, and that's record speed. So how is it possible that you can get $61 million out the door by March 31st?
11 business days.
In 11 business days.
The honourable minister in 9 seconds.
As indicated previously, we expect to make this announcement in the very near future, and as indicated by the
Members, we will now move on to government members for the next 10-minute block. The honourable member for Calgary Fish Creek.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, art is very much valued in Alberta across this great province, and artists' work enriches our lives, promotes creativity and innovation, and contributes to a more diversified economy. When arts, and that includes our performance arts, thrive, Alberta is a better place to live, invest, and do business. Many artists, in fact most of them, have lost audiences and income because of the COVID-19 pandemic. On page 15 under operating expenses, line items 2, community and voluntary support services, and 2.3, community initiatives program, outlines the total additional funding that was invested to support the stabilized programs. Can the Minister of Culture and Multiculturalism and Status of Women comment on how much of the total supplementary budget will go towards supporting artists? What will the stabilized program do to invest in live experience organizations so that they can resume in-person live events as we emerge from the pandemic? Thank you.
The Minister of Culture, Multiculturalism and the Status of Women.
Can I have more than 15 seconds?
Oh, you
Great.
have 9 minutes.
Okay, good. Thank you very much for the question. As I've said before, the live experience is critical to our quality of life and also to the economic recovery. We have some of the latest statistics from Canada, and the data shows that the sector contributed over $662 million to our province in their GDP and supports well over 14,000 jobs. So we've been really concerned about the sector's viability as much as they have been, and as it continues to lose revenue, but they still incur a lot of fixed costs. Funding priority in these applications is being given to the ones in the greatest financial need, and of course with the exhaustion of other financial supports at this time. There's also a risk of capital loss, and this is what I was talking about earlier. Should those venues be unable to reopen? Alberta's government, meaning the Alberta taxpayer, has invested heavily in these cultural facilities over the years. And like I'd said earlier, they've been sitting idle for a year now, many of them. And if they're unable to reopen, not only is this going to represent a significant investment loss, but it will be a terrible loss to the well-being of the people in this province. So that's why this particular tranche of money is focused on organizations that own or operate their venues to ensure that they're maintained and protected, and especially for Alberta's cultural identity and for tourism. So the Stabilized program provides ample time for organizations to plan ahead, including their applications. And in terms of some of the questions that have been asking about dollars spent, the accruals have to be done by March 31st. The rollout of dollars is significantly different, and our accruals are done by March 31st, and then the programs roll out as needed after that. That's normally how it works in a budget. That's certainly how it works in mine, in a supplementary supply. And as far as that goes, we've been working with them to come up with some creative and innovative strategies, especially to safely resume events. And I was so happy to see in phase 2 that we were able to do some live streaming on stages, bring musicians, bands, cohorts, and bubbles back together, because as we know, a ballet doesn't just happen overnight. This is 10 months, sometimes a year of practice. Figure skaters will practice together for years before their programs are ready to be competitive. We have, Erica Wiebe, who is the ambassador for sport in this province. She doesn't become a champion at what she does. It takes years of practice and time, and opera does not just come together. Musical theater stages and scenes don't just pop out of nowhere. These are years of practice and time and energy that go into these programs and the venues that support them. So we're going to make sure that they have the time to do that. We're hoping that there's at least some runway for them to be able to put these programs together so we can relaunch and restart and get back to life as soon as possible. And also, I really want to give a shout out to the sector. Their work in helping us to understand how to return in person safely has been outstanding. In the sports sector, we had a return to play document that came from the provincial sports organizations, but also from some of the smaller organizations. It was just fantastic, and I know that the work that we've been doing with Minister of Health and AHS, we've been really, really grateful for those conversations. And also looking at, this is something that I say all the time, is that when we talk about workplace, one person's workplace is in a cubicle and on a desk, another person's workplace is on a stage or on a soccer field. So it's just a matter of understanding within the protocols of how it is that we get these folks back into their workplaces and back to work as soon as possible. So the applicants that own or operate a live experience venue have to be able to show that they can open in 2021. Of course, given protocols. And the applicants must also show how they're reducing expenditures and changing their business models to adapt to the challenges of the pandemic and the economic downturn. This actually came after a lot of consultation because all of us are in the same boat. We are in the same situation where it's not just something that is an Alberta situation, it's a global pandemic, and many of these stages are reliant on the borders being able to open to be able to bring in acts from other places in the world. So it is dependent upon federal government protocols, vaccinations.
But according to Standing Order 5902 sub 1 sub C, you are actually limited to 5 minutes of the 10-minute speaking block. So we will now go. I didn't think you'd make 9. The honourable member for Calgary Fish Creek.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the Minister. I just wanted to comment, obviously we have ahead of us events like our wonderful Calgary Stampede. I happen to be a bit of a folkie, and my wife and I usually do a staycation for the Folk Fest, and of course watching the beautiful skies light up with pyro musical entertainment. So all of these things are very much part, so thank you for that. Madam Chair, I'd like to cede the rest of my time to the member for Livingston-McLeod.
Sorry, the honourable member for Livingston-McLeod.
Thank you, Chair. Many Albertan families rely on childcare and so that they are able to go to work or to attend school. And the childcare programs that they rely on have, like all Albertans, faced additional pressures, financial and otherwise, this year. Throughout the pandemic, childcare programs have gone above and beyond to ensure their programs are safe for their children and meet or exceed the public health guidelines. I'd like to express my thanks to the Minister of Children's Services and her staff for the work they did to allow many of our childcare facilities in Livingston-McLeod open early in the spring to allow our first responders and our frontline workers to return to work and serve the public. So thank you for that. I want to talk to line in supplementary supply for children's services that says $11.4 million has been requested for child care grants. I can also see that this funding is related to the 2019-2020 federal bilateral agreement. To the Minister of Children's Services, can you please explain what the distribution of this funding will look like? And can you please identify any other supports that have been provided to childcare programs throughout the pandemic?
The Minister of Children's Services.
Madam Chair, and thank you to the member for the question. Speaking specifically about the $11.4 million that was added to childcare subsidy supports, this was the return of 2019-20 federal bilateral unused funding. So that was the $25 a day centers that were operating in a select number of centers across the province. These centers were not able, just due to the pandemic and the challenges that centers and parents were facing and the unprecedented circumstances we were in, they were unable to spend these dollars in a way that met the needs of the bilateral agreement as it was signed. So we did ask those centers to return the unspent dollars to the ministry so that we could share that equitably to centers right across the province, not just in a select few, because we know that centers right across the province were struggling during the pandemic, and that's why, and I often do talk about both the federal and provincial dollars that went to support childcare and preschool and out-of-school operators right across the province at this time. So specifically that $11.4 million enabled us to reach out. We reached out to the childcare working group. We asked them how best can we, as a government that does not want to choose winners and losers or support only a select number of centers, how best can we invest these dollars to make sure that operators, whether preschool, out-of-school care, or licensed child care centers, could meet their demands. And so that's where programs received a lump sum payment of $1,500 per program, but then also a $50 per licensed or contracted space grant. And so what that did was really level out the playing field between smaller centers, larger centers, by addressing both a per space and a per program amount. I would also just like to speak to the question.
Members, we will now move on to the final 9-minute block for members of the official opposition. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Beverly Clareview.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So I ran out of time in my last block. I'd like to go back to the Minister of Labour. So again, sir, you've got 11 business days to get $62 million out the door for the Jobs Now program. The program has not been announced, and there's no portal. I appreciate the Minister had said that Service Alberta has been working on a portal. The point is there's 11 days to get $62 million out the door. We've heard from the Jobs Minister that the relaunch grant had a record processing time of 10 days. So I'd like to ask the Minister for some specifics. How will he get the $62 million out the door in the next 11 business days?
The Honourable Minister of Labour and Immigration.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and again, thanks to the Honourable Member for the question. As I said, this is the program, the portal has been developed. We are ready to go. We're waiting to finalize with the federal government, and we're looking forward to making an announcement in the very near future, and then move forward. And we've allocated, as indicated by the Minister of Finance, $62 million this year, and we're looking forward to making an announcement very soon.
The Honourable Member.
According to page 85 of the fiscal plan that was just tabled, Ottawa will only allow the Government of Alberta to reprofile 20% of the funds that go toward the Alberta Jobs Now program. So the government is already asking Ottawa to reprofile 66% of the funds for 21-22. But this excludes the $62 million to be spent this year that we are debating today, that has an 11 business day window to be spent. If there's a chance that the government doesn't get these funds out the door, the Government of Alberta will be leaving Ottawa's dollars on the table. My question again to the Minister, 11 days to stand up a program, evaluate applications, and get the money out the door. How is that possible?
The Honourable Minister of Labour and Immigration.
Yeah, as previously indicated, we are in ongoing conversations with the federal government in regards to additional flexibility in terms of using the $185 million. We've had positive conversations to date, and this is conversations that not only that we are having with them, but a number of other provinces, including Ontario and Manitoba, have signed on in terms of these conversations. We've sent a letter, positive conversations. We expect to hear back from the federal government in the very near future, and quite frankly, we look forward to announcing the program at that point in time.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Meadows.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really appreciate if I would know how much time do I have?
Just under 6 minutes.
Under 6 minutes, quite a bit. Thank you. Oops. My questions to the Ministry of Children's Services. What would I like to read? Probably read all my questions, so making sure if we don't have enough time, so I don't want to leave without having these questions on the record. So I'll start with my question number 1. The government is requesting additional appropriation for your one-time child care rates. But this is not a long-term strategy to bring women back to the workforce. As the Minister asks for this supplementary NGR funding, can the Minister also share with this legislature what her real plan is to get women back to in the workforce? And can she share with this House why women aren't really mentioned in the government recovery plan? And it's been troubling to understand this government's priorities. We are facing a crisis in the economy, and every credible expert out there is noting how important real childcare is to get women back into the workforce. In this request for supplementary supply, we don't see any durable plan. It's like women are being forgotten. So I would like to ask the Minister, through you, Madam Chair, the government's plan for child care. Let's say this legislature approves these funds. What is next? And why are we being simultaneously asked to pay $30 million for failing war room while telling women or health, the population, that they aren't priority? Another question. Page 10 of the supplementary supply, $11.5 million is requested for child care rates to parents. I assume this is for the working parent benefit that was announced last month, which the government indicated totaled $108 million. The minister stated that this $108 million was entirely from unspent dollars for child care subsidies in budget 2020. If the benefit was funded entirely from child care services budget, why is $11.5 million being requested? Is it because this $11.5 million is from dollars transferred to the government of Alberta from the federal government? Is this from funding provided under the 2021 bilateral funding agreement between Alberta and Canada? And the $7.7 million for child care workers support as part of the critical worker benefit reflects a portion of the $23 million allocated for this benefit for children's services on page 105 of the fiscal plan. Does this mean the remaining portion of the critical worker benefit for child care workers and children's services workers was paid for out of the 2020 children's services budget? How much of the critical worker benefit was paid out of the ministry budget and how much was new dollars? Thank you, Madam Chair.
The Honourable Minister of Children's Services.
Very much, Madam Chair. How many minutes do I?
1 minute, 30 seconds.
1 minute, 30 seconds. So I will try to speak quickly. Those were actually excellent questions, and I do really appreciate those questions about a really important topic from the member opposite. When it comes to the $11.5 million, this was, in fact, as the member asked that it was added to the childcare subsidy supports. It came out of childcare worker supports. Again, that was to support the working parent benefit of $108 million. This is because, again, we were underspent in that area for worker wage top-ups, given the fact that childcare operations are only at about, well, we have over 95% of centers are open. We're only at just over 55% capacity, so we did have some unspent dollars, and as I said earlier, we wanted to invest those right in the pockets of hardworking Alberta parents. We absolutely know that a long-term plan is needed. That's why we do invest nearly $400 million every single year to support childcare and to support working parents. We're going to continue to look at data. What we are seeing is that parents' choices are shifting. We are seeing a shift. We know it's important as we come out of the pandemic. We've said before, our government is focused on lives and livelihoods because we want to get people back to work. And I think we are seeing very positive signs in the economy, and our government will be there to support working parents who need the supports as we move forward. And so it's also important to note that as part of a long-term plan,
Honourable members, pursuant to government motion number 68, agreed to on March 11, 2021, the allotted time of 3 hours has now lapsed. So I must now put the following question. Those members in favor of the resolutions for the 2020-21 Supplementary Supply Estimates number 2 General Revenue Fund for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2021, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. So carried. Shall the vote be reported? Are you agreed? Agreed. Any opposed? Carried. I will now invite the Honourable Minister of Jobs, Economy and Innovation to move that the committee rise and report the 2020-21 Supplementary Supply Estimates number 2 General Revenue Fund.
Madam Chair, so moved.
Having heard the motion, all those in favor, are you agreed? Agreed. Any opposed? So carried.
The Honourable Member for Airdrie East.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee of Supply has had under consideration certain resolutions, reports as follows, and requests to leave to sit again. The following resolutions relating to the 2020-21 Supplementary Supply Estimates number 2 for the General Revenue Fund for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2021 have been approved. Children's Services, expense $30,580,000. Culture, Multiculturalism and the Status of Women, expense $12 million. Education, expense $43,200,000. Energy, expense $274,800,000. Health, expense $323,478,000. Jobs, Economy and Innovation, expense $381 million. Capital investment $200,000. Labor and Immigration, expense $237,436,000. Capital investment $550,000.
Does the Assembly concur in the report? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. My opinion, the ayes have it. That motion is carried and so ordered.
Introduction of bills.
The Honourable Minister of Finance and the President of Treasury Board.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request leave to introduce Bill 59, the Appropriations Supplementary Supply Act 2021. This being a money bill, Her Honour the Lieutenant Governor, having been informed of the contents of this bill, recommends the same to the Assembly. Bill 59 will approve government to fund the outstanding costs related to fighting the pandemic and economic recovery. The supplementary estimates include $1.3 billion in expense and $750,000 in capital investment, mainly for the COVID-19 response and Alberta's recovery plan. I ask all of my colleagues in the Legislative Assembly to support this bill to help the province fight the pandemic and mitigate its economic impacts. Thank you.
I'm sorry, to the Honourable Minister of Finance, I missed the opening of the statement. Did you say I so move or I request leave to move?
Leave.
Excellent. Honourable members, having heard the motion as proposed by the President of the Treasury Board and the Minister of Finance for first reading of Bill 59, Appropriation Supplementary Supply Act 2021, all those in favour for first reading, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. In my opinion, the ayes have it. That motion is carried and so ordered.
Bill 59, Appropriation Supplementary Supply Act 2021, introduced by the Honourable Mr. Taves, is now read a first time.
The Honourable Minister of Jobs, the Economy and Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, after a vigorous afternoon debate here, I think it's time for us to adjourn until 1:30 p.m. tomorrow, so I so move.
Honourable members, the Legislative Policy Committees will convene tonight and tomorrow morning for consideration of the main estimates. Tonight, the Standing Committee on Resource Stewardship will consider the estimates for the Ministry of Education in the Rocky Mountain Room, and the Standing Committee of Families and Communities will consider the estimates for the Ministry of Service Alberta in the Grassland Rooms. Tomorrow morning, the Standing Committee on Alberta's Economic Future will consider the estimates for the Ministry of Advanced Education in the Rocky Mountain Room, and the Standing Committee on Families and Communities will consider the estimates for the Ministry of Seniors and Housing in the Grasslands Room. Honourable members, having heard the motion for adjournment till tomorrow at 1:30 as proposed by the Honourable the Minister of Jobs, the Economy and Innovation, all those in favour of adjournment, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. In my opinion, the ayes have it. The House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 1:30 p.m. Order.